Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fort Myers Beach Town Council meeting. It's Monday, March the 7th, 2022. It's 9 a.m. All council members are present. The town attorney, the town manager, the town clerk, lots of members from the public here. We have some other distinguished guests this morning. And this is our first meeting since we've been gone, and we have our new audio and visual equipment installed. It's all brand new, funded by the taxpayers here on Fort Myers Beach, and hopefully everyone is hearing us nicely at home, and everyone here in the chambers is hearing us nicely as well. So with that, we'll start with the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We meet today to focus on the very best that can happen for our lives. Show us what we need to do this day. Give us strength physically, mentally, and emotionally. Help us to successfully meet every aspect of our lives. We ask to be inspired with creative and dynamic ideas and trust we are guided so that we can meet our lives with joy and confidence. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. The next item is the approval of our final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The next item is public comment. Madam Clerk.
Tom Torgerson. You can go to the other side, too.
Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilors. Tom Torgerson, Fort Myers Beach resident.
Morning, Tom.
Thought I'd give you a little update on the Margaritaville project today. The short summary is that we're on schedule. There's some give and take. Some things are a little ahead of schedule. Some things are a little behind schedule, but the things that are behind schedule, we can clearly see where they'll get caught up, and by and large, we're just really right on track. We've had some wins with weather that have really helped us out. We are like anybody in any construction project. I think today you're pretty insulated if you're not feeling the effects of out of control inflation and supply chain disruptions and labor challenges, and we aren't insulated. We're no different than anybody else. We're having those challenges. Fortunately, one of the things we did do on the front end, and Lord knows we had plenty of time to plan on the front end, but is we really vetted out contractors, and though there's plenty of good contractors out there, we think we got the best of the best, and they're really doing an exceptional job. D'Angelo Steinman is, and not only themselves, but I think with the high-profile nature of the project, the subcontractors are really digging into, and everybody wants to do their best. It's a challenging project. Our biggest vulnerability at this moment that we can see is really the hurricane season of this year, 2022. That's our vulnerability. If we can have a season like last year, we will be not hurricane-proof the following year, but as well as today's codes and standards can ensure that we are. So that's our biggest vulnerability. From the get-go, the project was launched with the attitude of win-win, and it continues that way. It prevails today, the integrity of the parties, the key parties, TPI, the town, but other jurisdictions and the community and everybody has really continued that spirit. There's things that are unplanned that happen, unanticipated, and some things, outside of the project conflict with the project, and vice versa. The project conflicts with things that you anticipate, and we work through that. Roger and I are, I'd say since, a couple of months before the project started construction, hard construction, we've been meeting about every 4 weeks or a month in person and sit down, and I kind of call it the coordination meeting. We sit down, I have an agenda, Roger has an agenda, we go through it, we go through follow-ups from, the previous meeting, and that's worked really well. And I can tell you, I walk into the town chambers and I feel the spirit of, really of a win-win attitude. And that's really important. There's still T's to cross and I's to dot and conflicts to resolve. We worked through it. We really worked hard on the traffic mitigation plan. That involved, Florida Department of Transportation, Lee County Department of Transportation, Lee County Sheriff, as they patrol the main roadway, the only real road on Fort Myers Beach, and of course the town here and us and our contractors, and you approved, gave it your blessing as all the other jurisdictions did to that plan, and it's a great plan. Roger called me up, I'm just using this for an example, a week ago Friday, probably mid-morning, said, Tom, can, we're running into a conflict with traffic departing the island, about 3 p.m. each day from the north end, and is backing up on Crescent Street and Estero, and, can we open it up, 3 o'clock each day? And, I called him back in a half hour after a meeting with D'Angelo Steinman. We got it open, and we will open it 3 p.m. daily here forward, with the off-island lane. To the best of our ability. There's times when we're going to be craning, big, long 40-foot planks of concrete, and it spans the entire roadway, where for safety reasons, we just can't do that. But by and large, for the majority of time, we'll be able to accomplish that. It's probably a record traffic year. We're fighting traffic just as much as everybody else on the island is. We have to turn away cement trucks that time out, because of the product, and send them back. And so we're as motivated as anybody and everybody to do what is best to minimize traffic. Shifting gears just a little bit, probably running out of time, is just that we are now in the mode of ramping up operations. And it just so happened that I was going to come forth today, give you this update, and TPI's chief operating officer is in town. And I want to introduce you to him, Robert Kissabeth. He's here today. He and his wife Stephanie have a home in the Minneapolis area, and they have a home in Cape Coral. So they divide their time up back and forth between the two. And not to steal any of Robert's thunder, I'll invite him to the table, and he can tell you a little about himself and where we're at in that stage of the project. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, if you don't mind.
Good morning. Again, Robert Kissabeth with TPI. I am also on the Fort Myers Beach Chamber of Commerce Board. I joined that at the beginning of this year. Just a little update. We are actively recruiting our management team. Currently, the general manager is being vetted out. That person should be in place by no later than May 1st. So we're really moving forward. That's about 16 months out from the opening date, projected opening date. And that general manager will immediately start recruiting his management team or her management team, really getting our sales and marketing team on board midsummer. And really, it slows down a little bit on the management team until next year. So about 6 to 7 months out is really where the entire management team will be hired and brought on. And then next summer is really when the staff will be brought on. But we are looking to hire between 250 and 300 associates. Hopefully we can get all those. It might be a little difficult, but that's the intent. So we definitely are ramping up and look forward to working with the town from an operational standpoint moving forward.
Thank you. Good to meet you. If you're looking for anybody to supervise the pool and bar area, I'll send my resume over to you there. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Dave Nussbaum.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilman.
Good morning, Dave.
My name is Dave Nussbaum. I'm president of Island Winds Condominium on Estero Beach. I'm here today to discuss the glass ordinance that was passed by the town. And just as a refresher, in December of 2020, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection issued a model lighting ordinance for sea turtle protection. In that was a template that they gave to all of the municipalities so that everyone could be on the same ordinance throughout the state. In that ordinance, it asked for a 45 tint on new buildings and was silent on tint going into existing structures. The town, after receiving that, changed the model ordinance so that instead of a 45 tint, they reduced it down to a 15 tint and made it not only for new construction, but existing construction on the beach. So, as well-intended as that is, I would like to talk about some of the facts that weren't presented at the time and some of the unintended consequences. First of all, the town ordinance does not have any grandfathering. Island Winds, among other condos on the beach, were in the midst of ongoing window projects. We are in a 10-year project. We are putting in windows. We are half through our 10-year project. That's a stack of the permits that we have starting in 2019. We have another 37 units to go before we can do it. We put in a 0.3 glass. And now we're back to square one if you look at the ordinance, because now we have to put in 0.15. We are the only municipality in Florida that I could find that went down to a 0.15 tint. I sent you all backup information. Every ordinance, every municipality that we could find stuck with the 0.45. Some said put the 4.5 in existing structures. Some passed the ordinance as it was sent out by the Wisconsin DEP. The Federal Wildlife Commission did not mandate a 0.15 glass. They recommended it, and I took this right off the Federal Wildlife Commission website. Utilize tint meeting the 0.45 or less inside to outside transmission requirements on all glass or non-opaque windows, doors, or railings. Darker tints that restrict interior light visibility from the nesting beach are recommended to reduce adverse impacts, especially on buildings with large amounts of glass. Tints as low as 0.15% have been used successfully. That's what the FWC said. The glass industry does not have products today that will match the 0.15. During your meeting, it was asked, were there a lot of alternatives? There are not. There are two manufacturers, and out of those two manufacturers, they only have 3 glass tints that are available to the public. This is one of the 3 that is commercially available today that you are asking everyone with a beach view to put in their condominium. The other thing is the industry is going back to Florida Wildlife Commission. They're trying to work to do surveys to study the turtle displacement, trying to find different glazes that will restrict light going through and yet not create such a dark glass. Also, the industry will only produce glass where the demand is. Obviously, if the entire state of Florida is operating on a 0.45 tint, and we are the only municipality, there is not going to be a huge demand for 1.5 tint. Therefore, there's limited and expensive alternatives for us on the beach. Most condominiums have laws regarding the uniform exterior appearance. What you're asking every condominium on the beach to do is to break their bylaws by starting to install this glass and put a checkerboard pattern on the exterior of their buildings. Finally, I'd like to say that with the voluntary compliance of the condominiums on the beach, working with staff, we have been able to reduce the turtle disorientation on Fort Myers Beach, and I took that off the FWC site. We're down to, I believe, 6 last year. 6 hatching displacements. Now, and this has all been achieved through staff and voluntary compliance with those on the beach. This becomes very onerous for us, expensive, onerous, and I am not an expert, but I would say maybe it's unnecessary. Finally, all of us here today support the staff, support Fort Myers Beach, support Turtle Time. We all want to help do a safe nesting and hatching area for the turtles, but we need to find an effective balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, Madam Clerk? We're gonna try to hold the applause down. If we applaud after each speaker, we'll be here all day. So please, hold the applause. It's a usual rule here in the chambers. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next.
Patricia Rittinger, and then after her will be Lisa Price.
Okay.
Hi, Patricia Rittinger. I live at Island Winds. I am a permanent Florida resident, and I vote. I have been asked to read the letter from Gateway Villas concerning the turtle class. Council members, in 2021, the council approved a more stringent light transmission standard for all glass windows and door installation, straying from the 2020 Florida DEP glass municipal guidelines, which specified a .45 tint or less. Many of our owners have installed new gliding glass doors with the 45 tint. Moving forward, our condominium board cannot approve the installation of new sliding doors, as doing so would be in direct conflict with our governing documents, which state that there can't be alteration that changes the physical appearance of the condominium property. Many owners are refraining from replacing older sliding doors due to the new tint of .15, making their units dark and obscuring their view. It is my understanding that the glass industry is working with FWC to produce a product that provides turtle protection and clearer glass. We are asking the council to consider allowing a minimum 5-year moratorium on the implementation of the .5 glass to give the industry a chance to find suitable alternatives. Respectfully, Joanne Lenneman, President of Gateway Villas Condominium Association. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Lisa Price, and after Lisa will be Susan O'Brien.
Good morning, all. My name is Lisa Price, and I'm the property manager at Island Winds Condominiums. I'm reading a letter from the president, Terry Neal, of Sander Act 2. He wasn't able to attend. Council members, thank you for the opportunity to express the viewpoints of Sander Act 2. Built in 1978, we're on the south end of the island and have 93 owners. The intent of this letter is to highlight concerns we have with the new ordinance requiring glass to have turtle tint that allows no more than 15% light transmission. It is our understanding that the state of Florida has guidelines of 45% light transmission. We are asking that you consider using this as the town's requirement. To be honest, it is not clear what going from 45 to 15 actually achieves quantifiably, and if the costs to be discussed justify it. You will likely hear a lot about the importance of uniform appearance for the exterior of buildings. It is a condition required in most condo bylaws. This regulation understands the importance of exterior aesthetics for the owners and their property value. It is a legally binding rule. Last year, we had a legal dispute on the issue with new window color and shade. It was a mess and pitted one owner against another. We prefer not to go down that road again, but your ordinance will make it inevitable part of our future. I would estimate that half of our units have 45% turtle glass that has been used for years. As the new 15% start to mix in, it will create a checkerboard look on the outside of our building. Also to consider is the considerable higher cost and scarce availability due to design changes and supply chain constraints. Unit owners will delay upgrading their windows altogether if they don't have access to the 45% or below glass. If it is not possible to make Florida guidelines of 45% our standard, would you please consider a 5-year moratorium on making this requirement mandatory? Thank you for listening. Terry Neal, Sanderac 2 Board President. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Neal.
Susan O'Brien, and then up after Susan is Mr. King.
Good morning. I'm Sue O'Brien from the Sandcaper Condominium, and I am representing our association and our president, and I have a letter that she has written for you. Put my glasses on so I can read it. Okay. In 2001, the town council approved a more stringent light transmission standard for all glass windows or door installations. While we understood and respect the well-intentioned goals of that new standard, we do not believe the town council recognized the significant negative impact of the change on existing structures. Approximately 45% of the owners in the Sandcaper condominium upgraded to new hurricane impact lanai sliding doors in the past 7 years. And we continue to encourage the remaining 55% of our owners to pursue that important safety improvement as it dramatically improves the structural integrity of our building. However, abiding by the new light transmission standard, which would result in the installation of products that create a mirror-like appearance from the outside, which is a dramatic visual change when viewed against other doors installed in the last 7 years. Based on the town's new light transmission standard, our condominium board cannot approve the installation of new sliding glass doors in the remaining 55% of our units, as the town's new regulations are in direct conflict with our governing documents that prohibit an owner from making any modification that, in any manner, change the exterior appearance or portion of the condominium. Many other associations on Estero Island have similar clauses in their documents. While we support the efforts of Turtle Time and the Town Council to protect turtles, we strongly believe that retaining the current ordinance language will likely result in the opposite outcome. Limited inventory coupled with significantly higher product prices and legal issues noted above will force many owners and associations to keep the current windows and doors, decades-old products which compromise structural integrity and little or no light protection. We respectfully ask that the Town Council remedy this conflict by revising the ordinance so that it applies only to new construction, matching the state standard. Approving that revision will allow condominium associations to further implement critical safety improvements while abiding by our governing documents. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Respectfully submitted, Jan Coyne, President of Sandcaper.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you to your president.
John R. King, and up after Mr. King is Dave Weiser.
Sir, just 1 second, Mr. Mayor, Madam Clerk. Could we, while we're hearing these comments, sir, the first speaker who brought that sample, would you mind passing that around so we could take a look at it while we're hearing the comments on this matter? Or just you can start it with Amy and move it around. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is John R. King. I represent the owners and board of directors of the Islands End Condo Association located at 8400, 8402, and 8403 Estero Boulevard. We're here in support of the other condo associations of Fort Myers Beach. Yeah, you've heard, and you're going to continue to hear, the economic hardship and possible safety concerns the Sea Turtle Conservation Ordinance that you approved has on our owners and associations. I'd go so far as to call it an undue hardship, considering that last year, per the online newspaper YourObserver.com, the town of Longboat Key decided against switching from 45% of light transmission to 15% window tinting because they found the higher cost to be overwhelming. This decision was reached even though, again, per YourObserver.com, state data show Longboat Key has a high sea turtle disorientation rate. That's compared to other Florida municipalities. In fact, in 2020, it had the second highest most sea turtle disorientations among Florida beaches. It's also telling that Longboat Key's ordinance was approved by July of 2021, but did not take effect until January of this year. That was after months of outreach and education to inform property owners of the changes. Now, I'm pleased with the response that you're seeing here today and this call for action of condo associations. I believe we need to continue to band together to ensure our interests are taken into account. With that in mind, I'm proposing we as associations hold candidate forums for the upcoming council elections. That's to ask the questions that affect us and then inform our residents and voters. As a matter of fact, I'll even offer up Islands End Community Room as a site for such a forum. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd be happy to attend one of those at Islands End.
I think you know where it is.
Say hello to all my friends down there at the condo. Madam Clerk.
Dave Weiser, and up after Mr. Weiser is Jennifer Brown.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor
Morning, sir.
and members of council. My name is Dave Weiser. I'm president of Smuggler's Cove Condo Association. I'm here today joining my neighbors to request a moratorium on the highly restrictive lighting standard passed by the Fort Myers Beach Council. Smuggler's Cove is a condo complex of 3 buildings and 85 units. A few of our owners have tried this new higher standard of 0.15 versus the previous 0.45 level. At the 0.15 standard, their condominium units are so dark that owners report lights inside the unit must be turned on during the day to safely move around. It is dark inside. In our quest to understand, we must ask, is there science and/or a study to demonstrate that this more restrictive standard saves more turtle lives? Or could it just be more restriction? It seems to be better. Additionally, we have had the unpleasant experience of either unknowing or unscrupulous contractors claiming their film meets the 0.15 standard when in fact it does not. We are appreciative of the town's environmental project manager, Mr. Chad Schutz, in collaborating with us, sometimes literally at midnight trials, as we try to determine those failed installations and any that might pass. We all want to be good environmental citizens and help preserve the natural resources for future generations to come. Surely there is a compromise here that allows owners and vacationers to enjoy the beauty of Fort Myers Beach at night and enhances the turtles' chances of surviving in their environment. We are currently on hold for any window and/or sliding glass door replacements until council relooks at this highly restrictive standard. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Jennifer Brown. After Jennifer will be Bob Laurier.
Good morning, everybody. I am Jennifer Brown. I'm the general manager at Mariners Boathouse and Beach Resort. We're located on the south end of Fort Myers Beach, and I'm representing the association and board of directors for Mariners Boathouse. Mariners Boathouse and Beach Resort is a 3-story, 22-unit timeshare located at the southern end of Fort Myers Beach at 7630 Estero. While we share many of the concerns and issues of other condominium properties, we also have unique issues as a result of being a timeshare. One of these unique characteristics is that the board of directors we represent, as the board of directors, we represent up to 1,122 individual owners. Many of our owners have been returning to Estero Island every year since our building was constructed in 1985. Others are first, second, and now third generation owners. Due to the diligence of the town council, Fort Myers Beach remains a safe and very desirable location to own property and vacation. A large part of the draw to the boathouse, for instance, is the golf and beach view and Florida sunshine we enjoy from our units. On the other hand, our property is at that 40-year-old time frame when we need to be looking to replace our Gulf-facing sliding glass doors. The existing doors are clear glass and not hurricane resistant by today's standards. It was not easy to convince all of our owners to move forward with spending over $500,000 on new doors, which meet the Florida model using the 45% light transmittance turtle glass. Revisiting the approval process with the new 15% requirement will likely mean we will not be replacing the sliding glass doors anytime soon. While we share the desire to protect the turtle hatchlings, we are also charged with keeping our unit ownership affordability and maintaining the original reasons we are all at the boathouse. We have been considering replacing our sliding glass doors for a number of years. When finally in 2020 we were able to budget for the replacement, we hired TRC Worldwide Engineering to write the specs and obtain bids. The bids were returned on April 5th, 2021, and we were set to obtain the permits and start construction in August 2021. At that time, neither we nor our engineer were aware of the town's pending turtle glass ordinance change. With the new and unique 15% transmittance requirement, the door replacement has been put on hold as we struggle to even find vendors with this glass in stock. It was difficult to budget for and schedule this major project in the first place, and we question whether the town council's intention to delay rather than expedite glass replacement was to delay rather than expedite the glass replacement on Fort Myers Beach. Concerns about funding and scheduling cannot be overemphasized. To comply with Florida's codes and ordinances, we are required by law to accumulate reserve funds in order to provide funding for needed repairs and replacements. Detailed reserve studies, including anticipated life and future costs, for the basis of these studies, which ultimately determine individual owner financial contributions to these reserve accounts. In our case, we had budgeted for the 45% transmittance glass suggested in the Florida Model Code. The 15% requirement changed everything: availability of glass, schedule, and cost. We need time to implement this change. We sincerely hope you consider at least a moratorium of the 15% tint requirement so we can move forward with needed door replacements and at least achieve the benefits to turtle hatchlings provided by 45% turtle-friendly glass. Thank you for your time, Mariners Boathouse and Beach Resort Board of Directors, President Dave Wallace. P.S. As a comment on the law of intended consequences, if the town of Fort Myers Beach had not adopted the subject ordinance when it did, right now, Mariners Boathouse would have brand new sliding glass doors tinted at 45% instead of the 100% clear doors we have now that we are nursing along for as long as we can. Wouldn't it be better to have all the glass on the beach tinted at 45% rather than some at 15% and some with no tint? Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Wallace. We built a building the same year as you in 1984 as the boathouse. I remember it well. And I just compliment your owners. They've maintained it impeccably ever since. It's a beautiful building. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Bob Laurier, Vice President of Mariners Boathouse. I also own at the CBC next door. And I also have a letter here from Director of Operations from VRI, which represents 4,500 owners here on the beach, many of them 30-plus year owners. And we're not the typical timeshare. When you think of timeshares across the country, I think Fort Myers Beach is very unique. All of our owners want to come back here. There's a waiting list to come back here. None of us trade our units to go elsewhere. I spend 2.5 months here every winter with my wife, and we love it here, and we'd like to maintain that. And the reason we came here was because of the great view and the great beach and the great community we have here. But this 15% will dramatically change what happens within our units. If you look at that sample of glass, what happens with us is we have a full glass panel to the Gulf with 4 panels. So when you open up the 2, you're gonna have double that. You're gonna have 2.25% light coming through half of our view that we now have. I mean, it's gonna just dramatically change the way we look at the beach. And it's something, if the board was to do that, we would no longer have the same board we have. We would no longer have the same management firm. None of us would have the job. I mean, would be that dramatic a change. You know, I guess at this point, we're pleading that you reconsider that. Had we known that this was coming, we certainly would have been here for the public hearings. Unfortunately, with the sandpaper going away, I would read that diligently from back in Wisconsin, and certainly would have had some representation here, and I certainly hope that you will reconsider position on that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's probably a good point to remind everybody to check in from time to time to the town's website, just for that very reason. You know, we're not always carried in the press, but we are carried all the time on the town's website. So from time to time, do check in and see what's going on. Madam Clerk.
Edward McCabe, and after Mr. McCabe will be Jeffrey Hess.
Hello, Mayor.
Good
Vice
morning.
Mayor.
Good morning.
My name is Edward McCabe. I'm a board member at Carlos Point, but I'm going to read a letter from our president, Bob Galvanoni. Carlos Point Beach Club board members are frustrated and troubled by the town's recently amended turtle light emission ordinance. This stalls many Fort Myers Beach Condo Association and individual condo owner windows upgrade or replacement projects that are currently in effect. Those who upgraded to .45 Florida light emission standards find themselves between the devil and the deep blue sea. It is a serious shame that the Fort Myers Beach Council somehow became convinced that Fort Myers Beach turtle light emission standards must significantly exceed the Florida state standards. It seems like the town council is striving to become a blackout Margaritaville, an extremely difficult goal. We hope that Fort Myers Beach officials have established measurable light emission standards and purchase high-tech light emission measurements equipment before they begin issuing ordinance citations. Issuing citations without recorded light emission violation measurements would be like issuing a speeding ticket without recorded speeding violation reading. Hopefully, we can support your request for the town council members to roll back their ordinance to the statewide .45 recommendation. Like you, we have owners at Carlos Point expressing concern and confusion about their upgraded .45 window tints not meeting the new town standards. Signed by Bob Galvanoni, President Board of College Point Condo Association. Just give you a little history about me. I grew up here as a kid, had joined the military and came back, retired obviously, came back to enjoy the beach. Following rules, policy, procedures, and protocol is paramount. I echo like what Dave said. We want the rules to have logic and to have also a sense of community well-being, so that we can follow the procedures and the rules. Thank you.
Oh, you grew up here on the beach?
I did, sir. Yep.
So you were here before condos?
Yes.
Good
Got
for
here
you.
in, it was about 1975.
Okay, well, a couple of them. Thank you. Next.
Jeffrey Hess, and after Mr. Hess is Sharon Hegstrom.
Good morning, Jeff Hess from the Mariners Boathouse and Beach Resort. And frankly, I think we've made our point, so I'm going to do something unprecedented and just not say anything more.
You're a fine man. Next.
Sharon Hegstrom. After Ms. Hegstrom is Jesse Hallman.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Council. My name is Sharon Hegstrom, and I'm the president of Castle Beach Condominium, and I have been an owner here for 44 years on Fort Myers Beach. We became aware of the possible change by the town council of the light emissions from our condos. I understand you are considering going from 0.45% light emissions designated by the state to 0.15% light emissions. 4 years ago, we initiated major structural repair for our building, and that was 4 years before Champlain Towers collapsed. We have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. We are stretched to our limit. To add any additional burden would be a tremendous hardship at this time. We understand the need for direction from those who govern our town as you watch over our lovely island, and we all do our best to comply. Our properties are a paradise in the sun, and as president of Castle Beach, I am fully aware of the financial burden imposed on owners. Beach property is especially vulnerable to the elements and as such requires large expenditures to maintain the safety, value, and beauty of these properties. We do our best to follow the regulations for turtle lighting as well as the FWC birding project, which we have been part of for the past 10 years. However, changes in these programs are throwing us for a loop. They are costly and send us a message as homeowners we cannot afford. Structural repair is taking a very large toll, and assessments are constant rather than infrequent. So when Florida Fish and Wildlife says by 2024, we are going to have to assume the financial responsibility for their initiated bird program, we are balking. And now the town is considering asking for a huge change in light emissions required, one that will not only financially hurt us, but will also affect our view from our condos, and we are resisting. Is it unreasonable for us to react? I don't think so. I ask that town council reconsider its decision about the light emissions, bringing them back in line with the statewide requirement of 0.45%. I have the strong support of the Castle Beach Condominium Association, and we ask that you keep the state standard in place as it is now. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Jesse Hallman. After Jesse will be Marty White?
Jesse? No Jesse.
Jesse Hallman? No? Marty?
Good morning. My name is Marty White, lifelong resident, Fort Myers Beach. I live on Tropical Shores Way here, and I wanted to address a recent issue that was brought to my attention regarding upland facilities for the harborage down my canal that would provide laundry facilities, showers, and sewage pump out at the end of a residential canal. I'd never heard anything about it until 2 weeks ago when I was notified. The privacy invasion of hundreds of boats coming down the canal is just beyond my conception. There's people that come and anchor at harborage that are here for a day, a week, a month, don't really know who they are. They're not necessarily taxpayers, but they're coming down a residential canal where apparently the town's already bought property and has had plans to do this without notifying the people that are directly affected. And I would hope that this doesn't go through, because I'm just amazed that it would even be attempted. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Just as a point of clarification, there has been no plan, and I'm not going to debate back and forth with you, Marty. I'm just making a statement.
Thank you.
But there's been no plan made yet, and if and when that type of use is being considered for that, there will be public hearings for that. So there have been no deals made in excluding the neighborhood. When it does come up, there will be notification, and if that's one of the uses of the property, you will certainly be notified of it. Whatever use it is, you'll be notified. So you'll be in the loop. You'll be in the loop. There's no done deal. There's no done deal yet.
The property hasn't been closed.
The property has been purchased, but there's been no use designated on that property yet at all.
I would think that, at
Mr.
Harbor.
Marty, I don't want to get into a debate.
Okay, I just wanted to mention that Snug Harbor facility would be, Bayfront location would be the place to go.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Next.
Larry Abramoff, and then after Mr. Abramoff is Star Sherwood.
Thank you, councilors, mayor, vice mayor, staff. I appreciate it. Before I speak, though, I'm speaking on the same issue that Marty just spoke on. How many people are from our neighborhood here on this issue? So just to get an idea of, they may not all speak today, but just to get an idea that we're well represented and have a lot of concern. And I do understand that Thursday's meeting, there's a preliminary site plan location for an upland facility that is going to be presented to the council. So X of that, I want to just start what I have prepared to say. My name is Larry Abramoff. My wife and I reside at 195 Tropical Shores. We've lived here for 7 years. We were on the island for 12. We only very recently learned of the purchase of the land at the end of our canal by the town of Fort Myers Beach, with the possibility that it would become the site of an upland facility serving users of the town mooring field. Our previous residence was at the end of Palermo Circle, almost directly behind the 7-Eleven. It was noisy. I'm sure you can imagine that. But we knew when we bought it that it was next to a commercial district. I mention that because I want you to know that we, along with many of our neighbors, chose Tropical Shores for its peace and quiet. It's a residential neighborhood. Houses on only one side of the canal, mangroves on the other, no bars or restaurant in sight, a beautiful beach at the end of the street. Upon hearing of the proposed facility, the neighbors on the west side of the canal got together to discuss the impact of our backyards becoming a commercial access canal, a highway, so to speak, to serve the upland facility. We met with the councilor and staff to learn more about the proposed project. We were told that the current mooring field will be expanded 27%, from 70 to 89 balls, with the possibility, I assume, of future expansion. Currently, an estimated average of 10 people per day use these facilities. With the additional mooring balls on any one day, it is safe to say 20 or more people will use the proposed facility. We could expect 40 trips or more, up to hundreds of trips, up and down our canal every day, mostly for non-tax-paying residents. I doubt there's anyone in this room that wants 40 boats or more going by less than 15 feet from their back door every single day, 7 days a week. Many of us sleep and eat with rooms and windows facing the canal. The increased noise, motors, wakes, the intrusion on our privacy is not acceptable. It will devalue our property and negatively impact our lives. This is a residential neighborhood, but it is zoned as such. It should remain so. We're also concerned if this facility goes in here, canal dredging and cutting of mangroves would ensue. Currently, at low tide, much of the canal is mud. In some locations, there's barely 10 feet from mangroves on one side and docks and seawalls on the other. To be clear, no one of this group wants our mangroves trimmed or removed. They are our privacy and a rare vital component to the ecological health of our island. And no one of us wants the additional boat traffic, even if it meant our canal would be dredged. Please know, we're not here just to oppose any site for an upland facility. Last week, I forwarded to staff a list of 27 other potential sites, most of which are in properly zoned commercial districts, not residential neighborhoods. Let's make one of those sites work. Many of them have pre-existing docks, toilet facilities, and other amenities. Why spend so much of our taxpayer money to build in a location that is not appropriate for what at this time is only 10 people per day? This is a commercial use that belongs in a more convenient area that is zoned for commercial business. Number one, it means less travel to fulfill boater needs, and number two, those boaters can frequent shops and restaurants nearby and help those businesses prosper. It's a win-win. In other words, we're not opposed to any other use of this lot by the town. We're comfortable with any town use that does not generate traffic down our canal. Please don't change the residential nature of our street. Find a better location to serve these boaters. Respect our right to the quiet enjoyment of our property. Thank you. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. And I would also be willing to work with the town to investigate the other locations. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Next.
Star Sherwood, and after Star will be Gloria Abranoff.
Good morning, everyone. I am also a resident on Tropical Shore Way, and for those of you who don't know, Tropical Shore Way is the street that runs directly next to the town hall. I am very opposed to the upland facility that is being proposed at the end of our canal. This is our home, this is where we live, and one of the reasons we bought here is because of the beautiful canal, the mangroves, and the nature that is provided for us. We have wildlife, we have dolphins and manatees that come up and down our canal, and I feel that it could be possibly an unsafe environment at some point. So I'm just going on record to saying that I am opposed to the invasion of our privacy.
Thank you.
Gloria Abramoff, and after Gloria will be Todd Zaccarelli, sorry.
Actually, I think pretty much everything I was going to say has been said. I am Gloria Abramoff. This is my husband, and so we've been working on that speech for a while. I would like to just say I am deeply opposed to this. I did watch some of the earlier May meetings videoed, and during one, the site on Virginia Ave was discussed and removed from discussion. And at that point, it was said that the residents of Virginia Avenue could now sleep well, they would not be invaded. I would love to have us have the same assurance. Our canal is one of two, as far as I know, on the entire island that has an intact mangrove site. It's precious to us. It should be precious to all of you. I urge you not to go forward with this in this location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Todd Zaccanelli, and after Todd will be Harvey Staley.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Todd Zaccanelli. I live with that woman right there at 235 Tropical Shore Way, and we are very opposed to this. Pretty much the whole side of our street is here. It just seems that it would turn it into a very commercial, and I'm sure if any of you folks lived on that street, you would be here on our side also. So I'm very opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Harvey Staley, after Harvey will be Sylvia Lucas.
My name's Harvey Staley. I'm opposed also. I live on Tropical Shores. I think everything's been said that needs to be said that at this time. We would like you to reconsider it, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey.
Sylvia Lucas, after Sylvia will be Eddie Foster.
Hi, and thanks for letting me speak, and a special thanks to Bill for meeting with us. That you had a lot of chutzpah, because you probably knew that we were all a little bit upset. I'm here, 145 Tropical Shore Way I live on. I've been coming to I'm a permanent resident, I'm a voting, I vote, and I've been coming to the island since I was 36 years old, every year visiting my dad. It was his home. My son used to play at Jose's Arcade. That's how long ago it was. But anyway, he died, and 7 years ago, I became a permanent resident. And we always loved that site. What interests me is the concern that the town has about the turtles. And that mangrove contains so much environmental I don't know, interest, I guess. We see ospreys there. The poor manatees that are starving to death, I saw a whole herd of them with the baby eating there. That'll be gone. The dolphins come through there, and I guess I'm a little bit, just a little bit surprised that the thought of taking those mangroves down and interrupting that environment that is so important to this island, and there's so little of it left that you might want to think about reconsidering. And of course, like everybody else says, it's my home. I like the privacy. I like the peace and quiet. But above and beyond that, the environmental impact really concerns me. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, respectfully, there's been no discussion thus far about removing any mangroves. I'm just going to tell you that. We have had no discussions regarding that. Next.
Eddie Foster, and after Eddie Foster,
Eddie
Joe
Foster.
Orlandini.
Eddie Foster, otherwise known as Edwina Foster. I have been coming to Fort Myers Beach since the 60s at school breaks, and Christmas time and Easter time and then summertime. First of all, I'd like to applaud the new signs at the beach accesses, but you can do more. I started the no plastic straws here a few years back, and it's been a huge success. Last year, I told you about cigarettes. I'm a smoker, but I don't put my butts down on the beach, and I don't know anybody else putting their butts down on the beach. Well, not the cigarette butts. But I had suggested that you find out how California has outlined, made the smoking on the beach a taboo. How did they do that? I asked you to try to find out from them several years back when I discussed this topic. What I really want to call to your attention is the parking area at Pine Ridge Road, which costs a lot of money, and it is sorely unused. The parking area is huge. It could hold hundreds of cars. It would possibly keep them off the bridge and off the beach, but the information on that is not working on Summerlin. Cars going to the beach read 2 signs on Summerlin that tell you, Fort Myers Beach, right lane. As I get in the right lane, and then a little while later, on the medium side, there's these small little signs say, parking area. That's not done right. Somebody could do better than that. Let's see, what else did I have down here? The free parking there, come to the beach, $40? It used to be $5, $10, $20, $40 to park on the beach? Walking on the sidewalks, there are not enough garbage bins. There should be these smaller bins at every egress to the beach. Signs should tell people only to cross at designated crossing. We're just hitting too many people in between. So there's no joy in crossing. Please, I thank you. Take some of these things that I mentioned seriously.
Thank you, Eddie. We always do.
Not always.
Well, I should have said most of the time. And in response to your cigarette butts, Eddie, the state of Florida, in a magnanimous move, has decided to allow us as local municipalities the possibility of passing our own ordinances to prohibit smoking on the beach. And so that discussion will come up one day. Why they couldn't let us do a lot of other things that are a lot easier, I don't know. But that's one that they chose to allow us to do. So, yeah, they do. And that discussion's going to be coming up one day. But not today.
Joe
Exactly.
Orlandini. After Joe will be Chase Hussey.
Wow, that's loud. I have to move my notes. Too much background noise. Okay, well, I come before you.
Identify yourself, sir.
Oh, Joe Orlandini. Thank you. Hello, all. Thank you, and I appreciate you listening to me today. I come before you regarding the homes at 3050, 3056 Estero. I've been completing those, and I'm at a point where we've been in limbo land, not being able to close those homes due to some liens that have been placed on those properties. They are coming from Sunset Grill, the parking lot, and the restaurant. These liens came on there due to some use. I think we're aware of the liens and the uses that are there. I am begging to you to release those houses from these liens. What we have going on there is a law that allows us to, I guess I'll use cross-collateralize the same properties within that same LLC to be able to lien the homes at the Junkanoo. I do come before you to ask to release these homes due to what it's doing to the homeowners that would like to close on these properties. The people who'd like to purchase these homes have been waiting, and it's starting to cost them a financial strain. The strain is starting to get pretty monumental. The time, the effort, flying down, the anticipation of being able to close, the non-usage, the loans that they are waiting to close, the fluctuation of the rates that they've been dealing with has caused them a lot of strain. We've had a little relief in the last week or so, but the uncertainty is still there. They did have some serious strain for the last month. The rates definitely jumped. They are getting loans in the millions of dollars. This is costing them massive amount of money. They are trying to close on loans that are 30-year fixed loans because of the type of rates they were anticipating to get. Over time, it's massive, the amount of money that they'll have to pay. I'm aware that the Sunset Grill and the operator, Terry Prasad, needs to get some use permits that the town is requiring. I need that issue to not hinder these people so that we can take care of new residents coming to this island that want to be residents, and they're being held back. The financial strain to them is huge, and I need you to see that and hopefully help these people. I am asking, I saw the red light, I am asking if you could maybe possibly do a vote at the early part of this meeting instead of waiting till the end, or potentially pushing it into attorney's items, is what I'm asking. I guess I've went through my 3 minutes.
You did, Joe.
So I'm getting kicked out of here, okay.
Well, no, not kicking you out. I'm asking you to sit down, please.
Wow, I'm losing my microphone.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask the town attorney to add this to your list of, if you don't mind, and if there's no objection from the council, just to bring this up under your discussion to hit that. Madam Clerk.
Chase Hussey? Sorry if I misspelled that or missaid that. Up after Chase is Jen Rusk.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I apologize. Would have dressed up a little better. This is kind of a last minute thing for me.
Like the beach, man, don't worry.
That's it. From here, I'm going right out to fly. I noticed this morning on, I believe, the attorney's notes, something about the PALs and PWVLs that were hanging. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Chase Hussey. I've been here on Fort Myers Beach for 15 years. I've been in the parasailing industry for nearly 20. I had the opportunity to purchase Rinaldi Parasail, hence the Get Up, from Patrick Rinaldi, the old owner, in late October. So for those of you that don't know, that hanging license, anything that, I tried to do some research early this morning and figured out, but there've been some kind of past meetings with some records, behind the scenes, talk of that stuff. Those hanging licenses, I believe the only one, and maybe I'm wrong, is the one that I purchased from Patrick in the business. That business has been around for almost 30 years. I plan on keeping it here for another 30 years. So basically, I just wanted to talk to you guys this morning and let you know who I was. I will try and reach out this afternoon, if not tomorrow morning, individually to let you know my contact info if you guys have any questions. But I know that I believe, and again, that part of the conversation today was about maybe putting a time limit on that hanging license or the license that is out. For me, obviously, that is 100% directly related to just me. From what I understand, it's the only one.
At the moment.
At the moment, correct. Just kind of a food for thought. I believe Margaritaville that's being built, there was maybe a liquor license that was at the property that has been demolished and where they're building Margaritaville. I don't know how those work, but I believe that liquor license, just because there wasn't a property for it at the time, doesn't just go away or get a time limit put on where they can put it or how to use that in the future. So just some things like that. I'm not asking you to keep it indefinitely. I'm not asking, like, I have plans, obviously, as a new business owner on what I can do and where I can do that. But the biggest thing for me is, and this might be the perfect timing, it sounds like sometimes some ordinances get handled without maybe the proper discussions or one of those things before something comes up where in 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years, I could potentially just lose this piece of vendor's license that I spent a lot of money to purchase, just because everybody raised their hand and said, sure. I would really appreciate the time to maybe have a conversation about that, so.
Good.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much for your
Chase.
time.
And you will have that opportunity to speak about that. And just an FYI, liquor licenses are regulated by the state of Florida, personal watercraft by the town of Fort Myers Beach.
Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk.
Jen Rusk, and after Jen Rusk is Terry Prasad.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Town Council and town staff. I have 3 quick comments. The first one is that I attended the Citizens Academy, and I just would like to extend my thank yous to town staff, and especially Amy, Jenny Dexter, the whole town for really bringing a lot of light to this town, so I really appreciate it. My second comment is that I'm concerned with the lighting projects with Bayside Park and Old San Carlos Road and Times Square, and I'm concerned that the committees haven't had a chance to weigh in on any of those lighting plans. I would encourage the town council to include us on that. The third comment I have is to my community. I encourage you all to come to Marine Resource Task Force and talk to us about your concerns with the environment and what's going on. I also have a pop-up, and I encourage you to come and have civilized conversations with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you weren't inferring that these are uncivilized.
Terry Prasad, and after Mr. Prasad is Sarah Spector.
Good morning, council members.
Good morning.
Terry Prasad, citizen and business owner on the beach. Been on the beach for over 10 years, been in Florida for over 40 years. I'm here before you today regarding some concerns on my properties. As you all know, I own Sunset Beach Tropical Grill. Bought it since 2014. It was a disaster back then, and we made it into a place that everyone wants to come to. We have some issues there, and we are trying to attempt to resolve those issues, and have been trying to resolve those issues for the last 4 years. Our liquor license on the beach was taken away, and that created several issues for us. Since then, every attempt we've made to resolve the subsequent issues on the property has not been fruitful. We had a hearing with the council on the parking lot, and we've filed several applications for use permits. We've filed an application for a council hearing back in June 2021. We've still not gotten a response. 2 of our permits have been denied. One was for a sign, and in the town ordinance passed in 1997, we have permission to have 4 signs on our property, but yet the application for 1 sign was denied. So we admit we have issues on the property, and we want to resolve them. But we have not been able to get any resolutions with the town management or the town attorney. We've requested numerous times for a mediation process or a global settlement. You know, we have legal matters pending, and we have violations. we'd like to come to a global settlement. We'd like to sit down with the town, with a neutral mediator, and resolve all these issues, instead of keep going back to court. I'm a businessman, I'm not an attorney, and I don't want to be in court every time. So we're asking that the town sees it fit to remove the liens that's on one of my properties, put it to where it belongs, which is Sunset Beach Grill, and at least agree to a mediation process or a hearing in front of the full council where we can have an open discussion and try to resolve these issues. I mean, I see a lot of people come up here and have comments and have issues, and it seems to me that everyone has their issues, are able to work on or address. But yet we've been fighting this for the last 5 years, and we have not been able to get anywhere. When we request the information from the town's attorney, the only thing I got was another notice to come to court again, to the magistrate court. This is what happens every time we try to resolve an issue, get close to an issue. I submitted a fence permit back in 2 days before the town closed down in March 2020. We have not gotten any response from it. So the town administration says that we're not trying, but yet we have the documentation of all the information we've submitted without no response. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prasad. I think I can speak for the rest of the council here and say that if you want your wishes to come true, your attorney needs to sit down with our attorney and work something out. So that it's not going to be us up here right now since there's ongoing litigation. Next.
Sarah Spector. After Sarah is Steve Johnson.
Good morning, Sarah Spector with Retzel and Andrus. Thank you for having me here, allowing me to speak. I am counsel to Prasad Properties, and so my comments do follow Mr. Prasad's and Mr. Orlandini's. Specifically, I was before you on February 7th of this year to request exactly what Mr. Orlandini had requested, and that is to move all of the violations and the liens from other Prasad properties to the Prasad properties where the violations actually existed or in some instances still exist. There are actually, I came to you before with 2 properties. There are actually 4 properties, residential properties, that are under contract for sale. Just to get those on the record, it is 1028 and 1046 Estero and 3650 and 3870 Estero. Those 2 additional properties have closings in April that are affected by this lien as well. And as Mr. Orlandini mentioned, the only reason that those other properties are affected by the Sunset Grill liens is because of the code enforcement statute that does allow the town council to encumber all properties owned by the same owner. But in this instance, we're simply trying to sell the property and are not asking that you release any of the liens on the Sunset Grill property. After the meeting, and this will go to Mayor Murphy's point, I did reach out to town council because it was suggested that perhaps we did not agree with the town on where some of the code violations were in the process as far as being abated or if fines are still running. I did request that information from town staff on February 10th. On February 10th, I was routed to Attorney Herron. We went back and forth several times. I was told that I would be provided with the information because the problem is I got a report on December 10th from town staff, and even staff was unclear on whether some of the fines were still running, on whether some of the violations were abated. So I simply wanted to know where we were in the process of the fines and the violations so that we're on the same page, because we do want to address this. We want to put it behind us. I have yet to get that information. I was told on the 10th that it would be coming from either Attorney Herron or someone else on staff. I did not get any more correspondence after February 15th. So we want to sit down, we want to work this out, but we're not being given the opportunity. So that's why we come before you to just request that perhaps maybe this will facilitate conversations with the town attorney and town manager, because we do want to resolve all of this.
All right, thank you, Counselor. And we're going to hear more later in the meeting.
Steve Johnson.
Good morning, Council. My name is Steve Johnson. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. Today I'd like to share with you and some counterpoints to the travesty that occurred during our last M&P meeting 3 weeks ago. At that time, you were presented the Bayside Park Lighting Project. A defense team of 8 people marched into the chambers with an additional resource on the phone. It's important to note that every person involved was directly or indirectly paid by the town manager, all while circumventing the checks and balances provided by public and advisory board review and comment. That's the definition of bias. What ensued was a perversion of our municipal lighting ordinance, part of our land development code, presented to you with no advance information in your agenda packet, a railroad job at the best. This molestation of the lighting ordinance was centered on an exemption stating that accent lighting was to be installed, which is conveniently undefined in the ordinance. Although the actual project documents refer to them as spot fixtures or spot floodlights, which actually contain guidelines for usage, accent lighting does not. Instead of providing an example of responsible lighting, the town has shredded the ordinance. Now anyone can install anything they want. For instance, a roadway light is now a light that accents the road. A sign light is a light that accents the structural aspects of a sign. I think you get the picture. All allowable based on the town's interpretation of their own ordinance. In addition, the presentation included a plan that still fails on minimal light levels and allowable illumination levels at the property lines. These particular guidelines cannot be manipulated. The intent or purpose of our ordinance is to curtail and reverse the degradation of the nighttime visual environment by minimizing light pollution, glare, and light trespass through regulation of the form and use of outdoor lighting. The actual results of the Bayside plan presents 36 spotlights installed in the ground or on short poles and pointed at just a 10-degree angle up while pumping out 72,000 lumens of light up into the sky. And right behind it is the Times Square plan that will install 153 of these exact same spotlights and blast just under 300,000 lumens skyward. The only thing blocking the light are a few waving coconut palm fronds and the poles that are actually holding the sunshades. That is not minimizing light pollution, that is creating light pollution where it did not already exist. These uplights are the definition of glare and also create a visual safety issue. The lights are admittedly not intended as safety lighting and represent a one-dimensional lighting design based on vanity. Bayside Park is no larger than a residential lot. What would our island look like with every homeowner duplicating the town's example and installing the same level or even higher levels of uplighting on their property? There's not a damn thing preventing it. You've shown them the way. From a safety perspective, the uplight glare presents a visual impediment and a potential pedestrian liability concern. The plan also will introduce white site lighting for 6 months of the year that will be at a higher illumination and different color than the crosswalks and amber street surrounding it. Lighting designs of varying light color and illumination are normally avoided for safety reasons. The Public Safety Committee should evaluate these concerns. By allowing for the continuation of this lighting plan, you, Town Council, condone the corruption of the Land Development Code and extinction of the municipal lighting ordinance. You are creating pollution and safety issues for pedestrian and vehicular traffic. Light pollution is a form of habitat loss. The grand majority of wildlife is nocturnal. We live on a barrier island and are surrounded by what was once the richest estuary, one of the richest estuaries on Earth. Now every tributary that feeds Estero Bay is impaired for pollution. Everyone is outraged at the water quality, but the exact same thing is happening to the wildlife and biodiversity of our island. From a conservation perspective, we have to stop the addition of pollution to simply remain where we're at. Differentiating and bringing attention to our commercial district should not be accomplished with irresponsible outdoor lighting. There will already be added lighting contribution from other new construction on the north end. There are ways to design with responsible lighting that will conserve our island paradise. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next.
That's all I have signed up.
Okay, is there anyone else in here today that wishes to speak before the council? For the first time? Okay, hearing none, we'll close the public comment and move on. Our next item is the presentations, local achievements, recognitions, and we're going to have an update from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. And we have We'll let who's ever going to leave.
I would just say as you're leaving, thank you for everyone who took the time to prepare statements and come and address council. It was a very interesting public comment session.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay. We have with us this morning our local captain, Captain Tim Layler, who's also here with Lieutenant Petracco. Excuse me, I'm sorry. And Detective Serrano. Okay. Tim, come on up, please. Captain.
Good morning again, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members.
Good morning, Captain.
Captain Tim Layler, Lee County Sheriff's Office. I know that before you went on break, there were some questions about traffic concerns and the over-serving at some of the local establishments. So just to give you an idea of what we've done and what we've, before that, we've had 2 tragic incidents down here, and we've certainly increased our traffic enforcement, working with the traffic unit as well as our zone units. Our spring break operation started this past Friday, so you're going to see a lot of extra deputies, and you'll see extra traffic enforcement as we've been doing. Also with that, I don't know if anybody's noticed the drinking and driving signs that we put in place at both ends of the island to try and help make people aware and educate. And we've also been working with ABT, who we've done some operations with them, and they've cited and made a couple of arrests for underage serving, and we'll continue to work with them. So it's for
what's ADT?
ABT, which is Florida Alcoholic Beverage and Tobacco, who regulate the alcohol licenses for the establishments. So, are there any specific questions?
Do you, in your opinion, I guess, you go on the beach and you see that certainly alcohol is a pretty prominent role in a lot of people in their activities on the beach. Do you think that the Fort Myers Beach has a serious problem with drunk driving?
I think anywhere people are drinking and have access to motor vehicles, I think it's a problem, yes. Do I think it's a rampant problem? No, I don't. A lot of people are staying down here, staying in hotels. Yes, we do get people to and from, but we are actively enforcing it regularly. And again, working with the traffic unit, and they've been out with us during the day and at evenings, really ramping up efforts. And again, with the spring break units in place now, you're certainly going to see way more than we've had in the last couple of months.
I guess I would have to respectfully disagree with you about drinking and driving being a problem on the beach. Both of our recent fatalities were alcohol-related. And I see a lot of it. I see people that I believe are intoxicated that are driving on the beach. I would love to have more of a reputation that don't come to the beach and drink and drive. I know that in some localities they'll do kind of a stop and sniff kind of test in an area. We wouldn't be slowing down traffic to do that because traffic already isn't moving.
There are legalities to that. And,
I understand
there's
different states have different rules, but if we could have some kind of more presence, more publicity, that please don't come to the beach and drink and drive, because I think it's totally ignored. I have been out driving and riding my scooter and riding my bicycle. People are passing me in the left-hand turn lane, and they're weaving in and out when they do it, which makes me believe that they're probably intoxicated. And like I said, 2 fatalities recently, both alcohol-related on the beach, leads me to believe that it's a problem that we need to really ramp up some presence about.
I don't know where the information came from for one of those with alcohol involved. As far as I've looked at both of those reports from FHP, they're investigating those, and there was no indication of alcohol in one of those. So.
Well, it was reported that way in the newspaper, so.
Then it must be true.
Okay. Well, I don't know that. I appreciate you letting me know
yes.
that
There's
may not have been.
no indication of that. So, and like I said, we actively enforce. We're down here regularly. We have extra deputies in place. We're making all the efforts that we can. And with the spring break deputies, I mean, we've been lighting up this boulevard. That's been at my direction. Traffic enforcement is certainly a priority. It's a priority to me, always has been. I have family that travel up and down this beach regularly, and their lives are in my hands as well, so.
Understood. I'd love to see something on Wink News or something like that, to let the people know
I'll
that
get
you
with our-
guys are ramping things up so that people take it seriously. And I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Any specific questions? And
So what kind of tools do you deploy? I know you said the sign, public awareness, and you also go through to see if there's over-serving going on. But what other tools do you have? Because I've noticed during big weekends that there will be there'll be a sheriff boat, or I don't know if it's sheriff or who it is, but that will be getting boaters as they pull away and checking them for.
Absolutely.
No, but you said that's okay, but it's difficult for you to do with automobiles?
we can't just stop anybody that pulls away from a parking lot. There's got to be probable cause for a traffic stop, so.
But they cannot with a boat?
Well, they can do safety inspections and other things with boats.
I see.
So it's a whole different set of rules.
So someone has to be driving in a way that makes you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's got to be probable cause for a stop. We can't just drive down the road and be like, yeah, we're going to stop that car right there. Just doesn't, not able to do that.
Captain Layler, thank you for coming today. Just a couple of questions for the other end of it. If someone is stopped for doing something that they're not supposed to do, driving on the sidewalk, driving down the center lane, what is the penalty that they would be facing? I get people asking me all the time, why can't you do more? Why can't you do more? Well, you can only, if you don't see them, you can't catch them, right?
Exactly.
But if they do get caught, so I can let people know what it's going to cost them, is it something that shows up on their driving record, if they're on a scooter, for instance, or if they're in a golf cart, or whatever they're driving, and they're driving in a space they're not supposed to be driving, what kind of penalties would they be looking at?
As far as the penalties, I'd have to refer to Lieutenant Petraka. He's the traffic genius.
Good morning. Dennis Petraka, Lieutenant with the Sheriff's Office. The fines from standard moving violation here in Lee County is $161, and it carries 3 points, assuming they're not involved in a crash, then it can jump up to 4 points. So normally patrol guys, we have access, we can see if somebody has had maybe a warning before. I know our practice in the traffic unit, we know people make mistakes once, but twice or 3 times, most likely you're gonna get a citation. So it's the officer's discretion at the time, so, but you know, driving down the center lane, that was a big problem when I started here on the beach in '93, so it's still a problem, I'm sure, but it's, but as the captain was saying, and I just wanna kinda go in a little bit about what you were mentioning about you mentioned a little bit about checkpoints too, or scratch and sniffs, or whatever you wanna call them, but so sobriety checkpoints were a big tool that we used in law enforcement, but like your technology in here has changed, we have to change some of the things we do. We ran into a lot of legality issues with checkpoints on the beach area, especially if you've been around a while. We used to use the old Beach Bowl on San Carlos Boulevard, and also just off of Main Street there, we used to use a spot there too. Properties have, ownerships have changed, but the legality issues we ran into were, so we're stopping every car that comes off the beach. You have to follow guidelines. Supreme Court says you have to do this and this and this. One was the big question always came up in the courts was what was the avenue escape? So you have to provide them an avenue escape, and as you know, coming off the beach, San Carlos is the way to go, or Bonita. So the judges didn't buy that, well, they go that way instead of that way. So we ran into that issue, and then also the intrusion time. So we weren't allowed to have, once they enter our coned area down the road, you know, when we would set up the road closures on San Carlos, it would go almost to Boardwalk Caper. Once they enter that cones, they have to be through in and out of the checkpoint within 3 minutes. So obviously, we know what the traffic's like down here on the beach, so we ran into those issues because we were exceeding the 3 minutes, so then we have to open up the roadway and let the traffic go. So we found that the issues, I mean, we were losing these cases were getting dismissed, so we then kind of re-geared and went to what we call saturation operations. So what we do is we take a little less manpower involved, but we take that and we saturate the San Carlos Estero Boulevard with our traffic unit at the time. So that tool, we don't have the legality issues. We have probable cause for the stop. We don't have all these other little pieces that we run into. So that's one reason, as Cam was mentioning, you don't see the checkpoints as much in certain locations because of what we ran into over the course of the years back. So hopefully that clarifies some of that. So thank you.
If I could just say one more thing, I can assure you that my deputies as well myself are sitting in this traffic like everybody else, and nothing irritates me more than watching somebody go down the center lane or down the bike path in a motorcycle, and we're stopping them. I know we're stopping them, I've received information about golf carts going down the sidewalk. If we're seeing them, they're getting stopped, so.
Jim?
Captain, you and the Vice Mayor are on the cusp of something I want to flesh out at the end of your colloquy. It sounds like you're enhancing the presence here as we come upon spring break significantly. I just think sometimes it's helpful from a deterrent standpoint to get that message out. And I wonder if your media team could work with our PIO. I see Dawn Thomas here, the chair of our Public Safety Committee. She's got a media background. I just think messaging that hey, we're here in Fort Myers Beach. We've enhanced our presence. Here's the behaviors we expect, and then just get that message out. I think that the value of that from a deterrent standpoint, it doesn't cost anything, and it also helps tell people tell the story of how you're enhancing our public safety down here. So just something to encourage, work with your media folks, and maybe you have a media avail with the sheriff explaining what you're doing down here and your presence and how important it is to do A, B, and C and hit some of the main points, and hopefully get some earned media from our local TV stations, and then educate the folks in the community that, hey, we're on our game here in Fort Myers Beach. Just a thought.
That's a great idea, and we'll get with our public information officer who does some phenomenal educational videos and awareness, so we'll get that out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You might want to get together too with Wendy Fullerton down at the News Press. And get
I know who she is.
You know Wendy. You know Matt's wife. Of course you do. And get Wendy involved, and maybe she can get something going on this.
Yeah, that would have to go through our PIO office.
Yeah, that'd be great.
One thing I would really find fascinating, you're talking about some of the Supreme Court cases. You said there needs to be like an escape route for people. Yeah. So does this mean you can only put a checkpoint up if there's a way to avoid it?
Yes, you have to give the drivers, and as silly as it sounds, you have to give the drivers a way to go around the checkpoint. Now, sometimes they don't go around and they come through and, they're arrested for the DUI. But yes, there's a set of rules, and I mean, silly things like a script that the officer can only say certain things, and if he says something outside of that script, you could lose that case. So there's a lot of reasons, because we're not, normally we have to have what we call reasonable suspicion of probable cause to stop a vehicle, where when you're doing a checkpoint, you're stopping everybody, 1,000 cars, 2,000 cars, wherever the roadway, the volume of traffic is. So there's rules that we have to follow, and yes, a simple little thing, escape route.
It just seems so counterproductive, because you might as well say, okay, if you're drunk, go around the checkpoint.
Yes. Well, I agree, but, we follow the rules, and then you also have to announce it to the media prior to. I mean, you're gonna be doing a checkpoint. You don't have to be specific as to location, but you still have to announce. I mean, there's a lot of little guidelines you have to follow if you wanna stay within the parameters and be able to do them successfully.
I'm sure to kind of Councilman Adderholt's point too, is that probably just the appearance of a checkpoint.
Well, I mean, yeah, when you pull up, and if you've ever been through one, it's it's a big thing. People think it's a manhunt or something, but it's there's a lot of law enforcement officers there, but it does have a presence. But where the saturation patrols, you may not see as many officers because they're spread out over a section of roadway, but but the legality issues kind of outweighed and wanted to be productive, and that's where we went to the saturation ops.
I don't envy your task.
Thank you.
It also used to act as a deterrent when you did have the roadblocks. When the word got out down here on the beach at 1 o'clock in the morning, that kept a lot of people off the road.
Yeah.
As a result of that. I mean, I'm sure you caught your fair share, but did keep people off the road as well. But any other questions for the captain and any other matters regarding public safety here on the beach while we have them down here? Nothing? Captain, you are dismissed, sir.
That could be a record right there.
You are dismissed. Thank you guys for coming down. Appreciate it. And all the best for a good season here. Thanks so much. All right. One other housekeeping project item here. Excuse me. Just to stick with the theme here, this is a proclamation from the town of Fort Myers Beach declaring it Problem Gambling Awareness Month. This is a proclamation of the town of Fort Myers Beach, whereas problem gambling is a serious public health issue affecting 1 to 3% of the general adult population and often results in personal, financial, familial, legal, and other costs, including a high risk of suicide. And whereas it is estimated that over 200,000 Florida adults suffer from past year gambling problems and 700,000 more at risk of developing such difficulties, constituting 4.7% of the adult population ages 18 and older. And whereas it is further important to note that these statistics do not account for youth who are now actively engaged in diverse forms of gambling and are at an increased risk for developing gambling-related problems. And whereas it is essential to recognize problem gambling as a societal issue, increasing the affected population by an estimated additional 1.5 million individuals with conservative costs amounting to more than $9 billion nationally each year. And whereas the Florida Council on Compulsive Gambling's 2022 PGAM awareness campaign, Shine the Light on Problem Gambling When Gambling is No Longer a Game, 888-ADMIT-IT is the game plan, provides an opportunity for public, policymakers, educators, businesses, mental health providers, criminal justice professionals, and others about the potential adverse effects of gambling, as well as social, legal, financial, and emotional impacts and available supports. And whereas any individual, professional, or other organization dedicated to assisting those in need can participate in raising awareness and preventing problem gambling by promoting the statewide confidential, toll-free, and 24-hour problem gambling helpline 888-ADMIT-IT. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach that March 2022 is Problem Gambling Awareness Month, given under my hand and seal of the Office of the Mayor this 7th of March 2022, Raymond P. Murphy, Mayor. So that proclamation is entered into the record. And our final item before we recess for a few moments is our a very happy occasion here. We have the inaugural class of the Fort Myers Beach Citizens Academy. And today, as it is graduation day. You can cue pomp and circumstance, and I see you didn't pick up your caps and gowns on the way in, but anyhow, I'd like to present you your diplomas. So, shall I read off a list, or shall I just read off the? I should just read off the diplomas. Okay, off the list. Okie dokie. That.
Tell everyone what they did.
Yeah, the.
Were there grades?
I think it was pass-fail. They all passed. Madam Clerk, why don't you give a brief synopsis, since you were the, and by the way, the staff did a tremendous job with this. I was very pleased to be the initial. Amy, Jason, and Amy will tell you who else was involved, but did a tremendous job with putting this program together. I was happy to be at the initial meeting, and thereafter they had many different activities here on the island that in part of their education here of all things Fort Myers Beach. So, with that being said, Madam Clerk, did you want to add anything to those comments right now? Or?
I'll just tell you a little bit about what the Academy did.
Very good.
The whole staff in the clerk's department worked diligently on this over the last 6 to 9 months preparing for this. But the participants met over the course of 3 weeks, learning about various services and functions provided by the town in its 6 uniquely different departments. Lee County Sheriff's Office came to talk to them one day. Fort Myers Beach Fire Control District, staff from the Fort Myers Beach Library were also present. We received tours and talks from Lee County Parks and Recreation staff members of Bowditch Point Park, Lynn Hall Park, and Matanzas Pass Preserve, along with a quick stop at the Estero Island Historic Society. Participants toured Bay Oaks Recreational Campus, the Fort Myers Beach Community Pool, Mound House, Newton Park, and the town's mooring field offices, culminating with a boat tour through the Matanzas Harbor and Pass and the Gulf of Mexico. And we are here today as the final stop of the Academy. So I just want to congratulate the participants that did make it through didn't make it through the Academy: Daniel Blanchett, Gail Crabtree Pergoli, Bonnie Fromeyer, John Fromeyer, Marianne Lacey, Christy Mathis, P. Gary Mathis, John Wesley Nash, Kathleen Nash, Barb Netto, Tom Netto Jr., Albert Ponzio, Timothy Quinton, Jennifer Rusk, Mary Shields, and Carol Vittert.
Very good. Congratulations. Now,
Mr. Mayor, before you start,
yes, sir.
I just want to mention that, that the staff wanted to take this over, and I'm very proud of the job that they did. And I think that the class had a very enjoyable and educational experience. The other thing I want to mention is that in another jurisdiction where I worked, the classes from year to year, everyone kept track of what class they were in. So class of 22 in the first class, congratulations. And the classes were very jealous of one another, or competitive, maybe is a better word, which class was the best.
Right.
So congratulations to the inaugural class, and I'll put it back into your hands.
And so far, you're the best, so, I mean, there's something to be said for that. So what we'll do is, I'm gonna call your name. If you're here, you come up and receive your sheepskin, and then hang around up here, and we'll get a picture of all of us together with the council and the graduating class, if that's okay. Okay, Daniel Blanchett.
Not here.
Off to a great start. Gail Crabtree Percoli. Gail. Bonnie Fromeyer. Gail. Gail. They didn't have that part in the class, huh? Okay, no. You're welcome. Congratulations. John Fromeyer. You're welcome. Mary Ann Lacey. Christy Mathis.
You can if you want.
Partners in many things. Congratulations. Okay. Gary Mathis.
Way to go, buddy.
John Wesley Nash. Well done, John. Kathleen Nash. I hear this is one of the success keys to a happy marriage. Thank you. I just made it up. Barb Netto. Tom Netto Jr. Another couple. Okay, Tom. Albert Ponzio. Timothy Quinton. Jennifer Rusk. Jennifer, you got to do more for the town.
Spare time.
No Mary. No Carol. Okay, that's it. I tell you what, the council will come down there and join you, and we'll take a picture of the inaugural class. Or we can stand up here, whichever you prefer. Stay up here? Okay. You guys come in a little bit, bring the circle of love in here a little tighter there.
Short people up front.
Sure, people. You want to do a shot of them before we get in, or no? Okay. All right.
And we need Jason and Jenny and Eva in here, too.
Jason's
Yes, yes. Eva's here.
Hey, Steve,
Amy's here.
would you take a picture for her?
And Jeanette is sitting in our audience, and if any of you saw the unbelievably amazing cake in our lobby.
Yes.
We are going to cut that soon. We know how much she likes her picture taken.
So film on the camera?
Right.
You're dating yourself, Roger.
Trust but verify.
Somebody's blinking. I'm sure I was blinking.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a recess here for a few moments.
Congratulations, thank you.
So we're going to break here at, we're going to break at 10:47 and come back in a few moments.
Good, good. It's fun. It's a fun one.
And he put a ton of work into this.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I did.
Isn't it great? And I was just learning this.
we're back on. It's 11:03. Thank you to the ladies and the staff for the nice little recess there with cake and what have you. So we're going to continue on with local achievements and recognitions from the council. We'll start down with you, Bill, if you have anything.
I think nothing that hadn't already been said about the academy and the way it was run.
Very good. Jim?
I'll ditto that and pass as well. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rexay.
I just want to mention how much I appreciate the civility of everybody who came and made public comment today. Everyone was extremely polite and thoughtful, and in this day and age, that's amazing that we'd have that many people who were all so civil, and it just shows you what a great community Fort Myers Beach is, and I'm hoping that they are so civil because they know we listen.
Hear, hear.
And we really do.
Hear.
And the other thing I wanted to mention, Adam Knight, who is one of our Mound House employees, on his own time and initiative, wrote an article regarding a new project he did at the Mound House, and it has been published in the Legacy magazine, which is a magazine for museums, is my understanding. So that's quite an honor, and I appreciate that. I read the article. It's an excellent article, and for him to do this on his own time and initiative and brings recognition to our Mound House is a wonderful thing. So congratulations, Adam.
Very good. Councilman Allers.
Just a couple quick things. Just a welcome back to the Shrimp Fest and St. Patty's Day parades. It's been a while, but welcome back. And also to Allison and her team for a spectacular venue for Dan Hughes' Celebration of Life. That was very well done.
It was indeed, and thank you for mentioning that. It was a great day, actually, between his memorial service at the church and the spectacular reception at the Mound House. It was well done by the staff and by the Hughes family, and it was just a great day. And myself, I continued on to my dad's birthday party after that, his 100th birthday, and I presented him with the framed proclamation that the town had given to him, and he was very pleased with that, as you can imagine, and passed on his thank yous to the town council. Okay, excuse me, the next item is advisory committees, items and reports. I think we have Dawn Thomas here for the Public Safety Committee.
Good morning, Dawn Thomas, the chairman of the Public Safety Committee. Wanted to give everybody an update of what we've been up to and where we're at, and so that everybody's on the same page, and go from there. In the past, we've lost John Goggins as our leader. He decided to retire, so I moved up, and we had a nice meeting with the town council a couple months ago to get back on track our agenda so that we are fruitful in our purpose and try to get action items taken care of for the beach. Some of the things that's happened in the last 3 months, we have met with the Homeless Community Outreach Program. We met with the Ministerial Association members and had a special meeting regarding the homeless, the roles of the church, the roles of the county, and we had law enforcement involved as well. It was a really productive meeting. We got information which was publicized on YouTube through the town's online and on TV. We were given communication tools of how to reach the church if we see issues. We were given tools of how to communicate with law enforcement. We're given status, our statistics on the actual homeless numbers on our beach. It was very informative. And we also developed an open communication line between all the groups for future endeavors. If something is happening on the beach that the community is noticing, that comes to the safety committee. As of now, it's been pretty quiet, and that was mimicked also by the church services group as well as Lee County Sheriff. The next thing that we took on were the bells and lights. We thanked the town for doing the mandate. They made some changes made a proclamation of saying the electric bikes are no longer, or made it known that they're not allowed to be on the sidewalks in pedal form, in electric form, as well as on the beach. but you could ride them on the beach. But then we also started promoting heavily the use of lights on all bikes and bells, and so that, again, it's safer for our people who are riding the bikes as well as people they are encountering on the sidewalk or on the street.
Before you get off the lights.
Yep.
John, is that effective now, the new
Yes,
ordinance
sir.
with lights? What happens, I was walking, I was running some errands, and I saw somebody who was delivering bikes. So if it's a non-beach, a non-town vendor delivers bikes, then is it the same rules that apply to them? And what's enforcement?
It would be enforced in the same way as with anyone else. As I know that the committee and that I've informed you on a number of occasions, you've just taken state law and incorporated it into your code. It is the law in the state of Florida, whomever it is, delivering bikes, riding bikes, or whatever, that they are properly equipped with bells and whistles if they're going to be operated at night and now in the town of Fort Myers Beach. So it would be enforced in the same way as anyone else. They're bound by our regulations if they're coming into our town.
Also, we have, you can purchase bells and lights at Town Hall, and we've been working with different events around the island for distribution, such as events at the schools or at local churches, to get these bells and whistles out to people who are not only own the bikes, but maybe at rental companies who have bikes on hand, so that they keep them on hand for people who are renting there and that they know the rules. In conjunction with all that information, we have been working with Jenny, the public information officer at the town. She has been enhancing the public safety website page so that we can list some of these items, so that if people do go to the website, they can have one clear place to find all the rules and regulations and things to keep you safe when you're visiting, such as, you know, where you can ride a bike, where you can't ride an electric bike, make sure you have your, you know, the lights on, and other information. We're talking about people sharing sidewalk with bikes and pedestrians, as well as anything in the streets. So we're working with her. That's ongoing as things start coming up. We started working with Tiffany Wood at Lee County Sheriff and have spoken with her, and we are developing a community event sponsored that would be a neighborhood watch program, where she would do one big event for our island for any of the neighborhoods or groups that want to have a neighborhood watch program, and she would do one big presentation, show you how to get involved, show you how to have the signage, and she does training on what you need to know as a group for community watch. So we're working on that with her, waiting to get us set up a date because they've been making some changes there. We also have been communicating with Fort Myers Beach Fire Safety Group, Jennifer Campbell, with educational materials, which we will again then lump onto the community website with Jenny. And the fire department is working on redoing their website and links, and we're planning on having a joint safety fire prevention event in October, because October is Fire Prevention Month, and we'll be working with the fire department on that again, sending it out through the town and trying to get as many people to get involved in one event. Let's see. We brought up last time the bikes and pedestrian issues, and how as we continue to get busier on this island, how it seems to be, we've encouraged everybody to walk and ride a bike, and they're doing it, so we seem to be seeing more on the sidewalks. And at our last meeting, we had Lee County Senior Engineer Rob Phelan showed up. He talked to us about working with us on solutions of markings, maybe additional signage. He said he would work with our committee on doing some testing or some research on the island where we could actually track and have real numbers of where we're seeing some issues. He also talked about working with us on crosswalks. We know that there has been conflicting messages with the town, with our community, that said they want more crosswalks, but at the same time, we want them strategic. We don't want a crosswalk every 2 feet, and we also have a need for additional signage or notification on those crosswalks, such as on the south end where you have the lights that flash. We don't have that on the north end, but there's certain places we may not want them. So he said he would work with us. we've reached out to him, we're waiting back to hear when they would have time to work with us. The only thing that we have brought up was in the light of the recent decision with Lee County with the lighting issue, which is something that we've also discussed on town council, but we're waiting for your decision on where you're going, and we hope the safety committee can be involved, is where we fall in line now with the crosswalk. Any changes with that, because the money that was allocated from Lee County now that's going to our lighting was for the crosswalks. So we just want to make sure that we are kept in the loop or a part of that discussion. And that's about it that we've been up to date on the safety committee.
Questions for Dawn?
Sorry.
At a previous meeting, we talked about having the members section up the island as far as lighting outage, speaking of the lighting. I've been noticing several of them that are out and get reported. I don't know, maybe this is a question for Roger. Is there a way on the town's website that someone can go report an outage directly through the website or through this porthole page that you're working with Jenny on and not have to call FPL directly?
Well, on our website, you can report anything. It's not, we have a general comment question page, so anyone could make a comment of any nature or make a request for services or report something that they're seeing. So the short answer is yes.
And what are you seeing as far as an annual, an average response time from FPL when a light is reported out?
It really depends. Sometimes it's quicker and sometimes it's longer. It's really probably a factor of their workload and, their scheduling. But it varies from time to time. Sometimes it's pretty quick and sometimes it seems to be too long. So I don't know that I can say that there's an answer. We don't track that, but we can ask them for statistics on what their, mean time to repair is.
Perhaps that's something, if the council is okay with the Public Safety Committee being tasked with, is figuring that out. It seems like sometimes when you report these lights out, we've reported those lights out a couple weeks ago, they still haven't done anything about it. I don't know if there's anything that we can do as a municipality to increase that response time, but as we all know, we're dealing with a major lighting issue on the boulevard, and any help we can get from them would be much appreciated, to replace a light or turn a light on or do whatever they need to do to get it working as soon as possible. So if that's something that the council's okay with, I'd like to see you guys work with FPL on that to try to get some sort of average time or pin them down, if you will, to a response time that works for everyone.
I know I've requested directly to FPL, and they responded within 3 days. But then I had lighting that I wanted to add it onto our street, which is not FPL, that's town. And that was harder, where who does what? How do you get a hold of someone to say, could you research our street to add more lights to it, because it's fairly dark. But we'd be happy to work, contact FPL, ask how we can. I guess the biggest issue is get an easy way for people to click through on our website to make the notice that, there's a light out, and then talk to FPL to say, we need a weekly report of what has been requested and how long you took it to get it back. That's our best way.
I had a couple of things,
Go ahead.
if it's okay.
Yeah.
Two things that have come to mind as far as public safety is concerned that I've been noticing is now that we've done the lights issue and we've got that codified and all, I would like to see us shift to helmets. I'm seeing most of the people out there on bicycles without helmets, and if you get hit, you're going to land on your head, and brain injuries are a horrible thing. So I'd love to see us do some more publicity about helmets, maybe even do a helmet promotion of some kind for bicyclists. And I have a concern about people. I understand they're allowed to ride on the sidewalk, but they're riding the wrong way on the sidewalk, which is not legal. You're allowed to use the sidewalk on a bicycle, but you're not allowed to ride on the wrong side of the street. And I know if I'm making a turn, I can't see them coming because they're on the wrong side of the street on the sidewalk. So the statistics I've seen about that is if you're on the wrong side of the street, you're 70% more likely to be in an accident as a bicyclist. So
funny you should mention that, because we brought that up in our safety committee meeting, because if you remember, when we were growing up, we were told to go against traffic. And then they switched it, and then now they say to go with traffic. And one of the things that we brought up to Lee County, and again, is can we have markings on our sidewalks similar to the road that has the arrow and the bike going this way? Because you do get people who, we've had this huge discussion, and people said, that's not what I was told. I was told you're supposed to go against traffic. And the other thing that I hear when people are on their bike is that if they're coming behind people, they're having a harder time getting around them on the sidewalk. It's not so much prevalent once you hit Red Coconut because you have the bike lanes and they're on the street. It's when it's that stretch between Red Coconut to Times Square. And I mean, every day I walk, when I ride our bikes, I go, can we add this much more sidewalk and get a little more space and say this is the sidewalk lane, or do something and shift things over to encourage people to ride bikes to get out of their cars. It's funny you brought up golf carts. I had someone mention to me, we need a golf cart lane that's specific, that's small, that's like a golf cart lane that's faster. And I laughed, but I'm thinking, yeah, it actually would use that. To keep people, again, less parking space, getting moving, getting them out of the cars. But I think it's education. But I also think, besides if we live here, we have to do some things for our guests. They're not going to go to the website and read that, Mark. We have to have things on the sidewalk. And one of the things that Lee County said is that, I don't know how many years ago, but I guess it was brought up from the safety committee and town council that we had too many signs all over the road, and we had eye fatigue, so nobody was reading anything. So now you're going back to, well, what's too much and what's too little? And that's that balance that we're trying to figure out, and did get them to respond. I haven't heard back from them, and I know they're busy and the road is done, but I would love to be able to push, which I will continue to get some of these, besides lighting, but that's a whole other thing, but on this stuff, get education out there and more signs so they know what to do. Ride your bike in this direction, do this.
Maybe we could prioritize the importance of the sign, of all the different signs. I mean, if these new signs that you're speaking of are more important than some that are out there already, maybe we can get rid of some of those signs and put these signs up. And because I agree, there's just, this island is polluted with signs. Right. I mean, it's mind-boggling how many are out there, and they just keep sticking them in the ground in the right-of-ways all the way down, coming from Big Carlos Pass up.
Right.
So there's just too many signs. But I have a question. Are you done, Vice Mayor? Regarding your deliberations and meetings with the parties about the homeless.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you met with members of the church. I'm presuming that's Chapel by the Sea who you're speaking of, or no?
We had everybody
was
involved,
the
except
whole-
for the Catholic Church did not attend, but all the other churches had a representative.
Okay. And then what was the answer to the question? What was their role? What was the role of the churches?
So one of the things that, as the state, let me back it up. The safety committee, we were getting feedback from people on the island that there's numerous homeless, and the homeless is a problem, and they don't feel safe. So, and one of the things that people do is blame the churches for facilitating all the needs of the homeless, and so they're bringing them on. So if you build it, they will come, type of attitude. So when we met with the churches, what they showed us was they have a list of most of the homeless who are on this island, because it's the same people who come in and out, and they have a pretty good handle on who's coming in because they're using their services. And they communicate with each other, and they have a website and an email hotline that they all talk to each other about things that are going on. At that time, we had about, what they say, Rexanne, 11 homeless people that were constant on our island. Now, granted, there are some that flux in and out, and they were on top of them. And some were harmless, and some were not harmless. And they dealt hand in hand with the ones who are not harmless with Lee County Sheriff. And Lee County Sheriff agreed with that and said that they have these open lines of communication. So one of the things after they went through the statistics, which I wish I asked for the presentation, because they had it on a PowerPoint, but they said they didn't have it, and I was hoping we could get that again to share, because it is really informative, is they research, if somebody breaks and enters on your house or on your property or does destruction or steals, then you call 911. If you see someone walking down the street who's homeless, Lee County Sheriff said, we can't do anything about that. That is who they are. And the churches said, if someone comes to us and needs help, regardless if it's food, it could be someone who's just lost their job and need a little some help, they will do those programs to help them because that's who they are as part of the church, as, you know, that's their founding guidelines. So the biggest thing we learned was the communication is we start getting more complaints. Let's say there's a certain group or an area that becomes a problem for our beach. The churches want to be informed so that they have an idea of what's going on, and so does Lee County Sheriff, so that we're all on the same page and we're seeing it. This person's a troublemaker, or this group is a trouble group, and they're trespassing, or they're robbing people, or whatever they're doing. That's more of the information we got out. That it's not this huge flux of homeless people camping out and living, in the hundreds on the beach.
So if you were to say the role of the churches on Fort Myers Beach is to provide clothing and food to the homeless people, is that the role?
No.
Could I jump in, Dawn?
Yeah, you go ahead.
One of the things that they mentioned to us is they don't ask people if they have a home when they offer them food. And from what they do know, however, is the vast majority of the people that are being helped on the beach by the churches are not homeless people. You shut down those programs, you're going to have a lot of people that are waitresses here on the island, et cetera, who have kids that are barely making their rent. They come to the church and get food, and the vast majority of the people that they're helping are not people that are considered homeless.
But to answer your question, Ray, I was probably in your boat saying, are you feeding them and clothing them so that they are coming? And that's not the, well, that's what I asked him, because that's what my concern was.
Well, that's always been a concern of everybody,
Right.
but that's not what I'm asking now. I'm just asking what they consider their role.
They consider their role as they do not ask if you're homeless or not homeless, that if you come to them for any type of need, they're going to do what they can to help you, regardless of your status. But they do talk amongst each other, so they truly know who the true homeless are, who are living behind a building or sleeping on their front steps or their back steps. And they talk to each other, and if they have a troublemaker who hits one of their places that they kick out, they know it's inevitable. They're gonna hit the other churches down the thing, and then they call Lee County Sheriff, and they help, I don't wanna say eliminate the problem, but they get other forces involved to help mitigate the issues.
So their role or ministry, as it is to provide for the less fortunate amongst us, whether they be homeless or not homeless.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, one thing I took out of that meeting that I found very interesting was that they do have a very good grasp between the county and the churches and the law enforcement of who the people are without a home and who aren't, and who want help and who just refuse to help. So part of the answer, some of your question was, I took out of it that they're there to help whoever needs help, regardless of what your status is. And they made a very good point of breaking out that, it's not someone that's without a home, it's someone that lives and works on the island that just is falling on hard times, and they give out a lot of meals. They made a request for more money. Pastor Sean made it very clear. He said, if I had $5,000 a month, I could take every one of these people in and no one would ever be hungry, which I found very interesting. I thought it would be much more than that. But another thing that I tried to get across that I think is some of the issue is, although the county and the churches and the police may know that some of these people are harmless, Joanne and John and their family from Paducah, Kentucky doesn't know that. So even though they see someone sitting on a bench or sleeping on a bench, they may be completely harmless to everyone that may know who they are, but not to the person that doesn't know who they are. Mm-hmm. And that was where my focus was, trying to get the concern. How do we correct that? How do we correct that solution? How do we get someone that maybe doesn't have a place to sleep, a place to sleep, and not on the benches? And they made it very clear that if there's not a lot you can do if the person that's sleeping there, in this case, doesn't want help. And they made a few examples of people that we all know, we've all seen, that they've helped them in several different ways, but that's the life that they've chosen. And there's not they made it very clear that there's not a lot you could do if someone doesn't want to do it themselves.
But it was really, I guess the bottom line is, it was informative. I think members of our safety committee were enlightened, and we learned a lot. And I just think we have some tools as if things ever arise in the future, we have a nice communication line between all the groups now.
Good, that's good. Any other questions? Good, Bill?
I just have a thing now about your distribution of lights. One thing I've thought of is going down here and buying a bunch of lights and just going out on any sidewalk in the town this time of year and just handing them out to people who are driving without lights, driving their bikes without lights. Is that something that Public Safety Committee could think about doing? If we could come up with a budget for a few hundred lights and just go out at night and give them to people who are driving without lights on, riding their bikes without lights on?
The biggest issue is getting volunteers to do it, and especially this time of year. I mean, it was brought up to have a pop-up at the Shrimp Fest, and I said, we're gonna have so many guests here. I don't wanna be handing out lights and bells to people who don't really live here, and they're gonna put them in their suitcase and leave. And our whole point is to use them here. I do think we could set up events where we could say, bring your bikes down if you're a rental property owner, bring them down, and we'll do a discount, make your lights compatible. I mean, I see people without lights all the time, if you had a basket full of them, but I don't know. I mean, the biggest issue is to make sure all of the rental properties do it, and those are your biggest issues, where you see them without lights. So people who rent, an older bike that's sitting in a garage.
And like 2 days ago, I was over on, I think it was like Palermo, and someone was getting bikes delivered, and I didn't see lights on the bikes.
I just got 2 new bikes, and they had lights on them. Just want to tell you that. And I live on Palermo. It was probably me, but they had lights.
I think the biggest thing is the rental companies. I mean, again, I saw this week families of 10 people driving down the sidewalk, of course, with no lights on, no lights or bells. And I think the biggest thing is getting the word out to these rental outfits that, this is the way it is now. This is the way it has to be. And
And the town has made it as easy as possible. I mean, $4 for a set of lights.
Well, even to people who rent their home, Airbnbs or the rental properties, they all have bikes on hand, and they're not the newest ones. That's the kind of people who you're seeing. They're coming in families of 10 who've rented a house for a week, and they're jumping on those bikes that are in the garage. And those are a lot of who don't have the lights. Yeah. And I don't know. That's a thing where we need to send out a communication to all groups, which we have it on file here, of if you have a rental property and you have lights on board, you need to have these on by the end of the year, or your guest might get a ticket.
Right. Anything else for Dawn? Dawn, thanks so much.
Thank
and,
you.
Thanks for all the good work that you're doing over there, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great presentation.
Okay, next item is the approval of minutes. We have the February 7th, 2022 Town Council meeting and the February 10th, 2022 Management and Planning Session. Is there a motion to approve these sets of minutes?
I'll move to approve both.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Allers. Any discussion? Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're going to go into, we have a public hearing, and this is for Ordinance 22-04, Motorized Micro-Mobility Devices. I'll read it. This is the second reading and final public hearing of an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending sections 28-19, section 28- through 82, and section 28 through 84 of chapter 28, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances, Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to define and regulate motorized micro-mobility devices, providing for codification, conflicts, and scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we've received the notice that from the local newspaper that this was advertised. Unfortunately, it was advertised past the date required by state law to properly conduct today's hearing. So we would ask that you continue this matter to a date and time certain on 3/21 at 9 o'clock or sooner thereafter as the item can be heard.
I'll move to continue to March 21st, 2022.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion? Objection? Motion carries unanimously. That
I've got one kind of clarification. Speaking of the news, that it was reported that this may affect motorized wheelchairs.
Yes, and in the blue sheet, because Commissioner Allers had raised this issue on first reading, our existing regulations and state law specifically exempt from regulation electronic wheelchairs.
Okay.
So we did provide for that, or explain that in the blue sheet. So, and we were going to state that publicly, but thank you. So we'll have the hearing on the 21st.
Very good. Okay, we'll move on to the administrative agenda. First item is the Flock Safety License Plate Camera Agreement. This is to adopt Resolution 22-08, approving an agreement between the town and Flock Group, Inc. to provide automatic license plate detection software and hardware to monitor the town's sidewalks, shared use paths, streets, and roads in an amount not to exceed $15,000 annually with a one-time implementation fee of $1,500. Is there a motion to approve and adopt Resolution 22-08?
I'll move to adopt Resolution 22-08.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion.
I just have one kind of question on the blue sheet here. It says, at the December 8th Management and Planning Session, Town Council approved installing. Now, do we approve things in MMP?
I think that may be a choice of words, but I think the consensus was that we would start with 6 lights, and so that's what the draft of the agreement between the town and Flock provides for. Certainly, after implementation of the initial agreement, if there's a determination that through empirical data that more or less are needed, we bring that item back to the council for consideration. But right now, it's the initial agreement provides for the installation of 6 cameras.
So to answer your question, Bill,
We're approving it now.
that was a poor choice of words. It should have been reached consensus at the meeting, which is what we do. Jim?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Town Attorney, there's been some news reports of some litigation with respect to these types of systems because of privacy concerns. I assume you're aware of that litigation. I wonder if contractually, can we build in some language that helps protect us from litigation in terms of how we handle this information? Are there things that we can do defensively that sort of preempt any litigation that may come our way as a result of this? Have you kind of thought through that?
Yes, we are aware of the litigation involving a sister community here in Southwest Florida. We believe, based upon an analysis of that litigation and our conversations directly with Flock, who is the service provider in that particular location, that the facts and situation is an apples to oranges comparison. It's not the same. But certainly we will take that into consideration, and we'll have those conversations and provide for that language in the agreement.
So as currently drafted, it's your professional opinion that we avoid that litigation risk as best as possible, given that what we've seen out there already. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other discussion? It's been moved and seconded and discussed to adopt Resolution 22-08. Any objection? The motion carries unanimously. The next is Resolution 22-07, the FDEP Grant Agreement. This is to adopt Resolution 22-07, ratifying the town manager's execution of a grant agreement between the town and the Florida Department of Environmental Regulation, accepting a $1 million grant award for the expansion of outdoor recreational facilities as part of the redevelopment of Bay Oaks. I'll move to adopt this resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll give that one to Councilman Veach over here. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. I'll just say it's always nice to have a grant for $1 million. And congratulations to the staff in procuring this. And we look forward to to reaping the benefits of it.
I guess the new system didn't come with like game show buzzers, so we can.
Actually, we have a system for voting, computerized, but are not using it.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Any objection? The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. The last resolution is Resolution 22-06, the WCIND grant application. And this is to approve Resolution 22-06, authorizing the town manager or his designee to submit a grant application to the West Coast Inland Navigational District, hence WCIND, for law enforcement grant requests for marine patrol and enforcement, and execute the WCIND grant agreement. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 22-06?
I'll move to approve Resolution 22-06.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, Roger, if you would, kind of explain a little bit to the public what exactly they could expect to see if this goes through as far as enhanced marine patrol.
Okay, this is a recurring grant that we apply for. And what it does is it augments the core level of service provided by the LCSO for enforcement and allows them to get additional personnel to deal with peak seasons and other seasonal priorities in terms of having adequate resources out to make sure that people are following the maritime laws.
Is there any specific, this many deputies, this many times a day, this many hours?
It's a dollar amount. So it's a dollar amount that we transfer to them, and they use it to within their best judgment of how to make the resource go the furthest.
Thank you.
Just say that we have been the beneficiary of a lot of grants over the years from the West Coast Inland Navigational District, and we're very thankful for those. Any further questions or comments? Is there any objection to the motion? The motion carries unanimously, and Resolution 22-06 is adopted. The next item is final public comment. Is there anyone that wishes to speak finally? No?
The watercraft?
Excuse me? No, that's under the town attorney's. Okay. No one from the public comment? Okay, we'll move on to town manager's items.
So I just want to make the council aware that we're aware that our blue lights in the area between Lanikai and Crescent Beach are out. We just this morning received a proposal to repair those, and we'll be executing that to initiate the repairs.
Now, is this, you mentioned to me before, Roger, that sometimes these lights, that by the time they really need repair, the parts are hard to get?
Right, so for example, the actually two poles will actually be removed and brought to a metal fabricator to do the repair, and then brought back on site because you can't get repair parts. So they're basically, take them like to welders and things to get them repaired.
And it's at the point where it's just maybe cost effective to consider replacement of some of these?
Well, when we reach a decision about lighting along Cerro Boulevard, what type of lights, along with what types of poles, well, I guess will be part of that discussion.
Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, that's the main point, and I want to thank everybody for their indulgence in terms of working with us to get the chambers rewired and have the new audio-visual system put in. I think for those of you who stopped in, you saw it was pretty extensive amount of work versus than perhaps what you might have envisioned initially. So I think the town is well set for next several years in terms of being able to keep up with the ever-changing world of technology.
Very good. We're waiting for all the positive reviews to come in. Okay, thank you, sir. Town attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. First, it's good news. Late last month, I provided to you all an email indicating, with an attached order indicating that Judge Fuller recently entered an order in favor of the town in a code enforcement appeal that had been filed against it by an entity called Oceanic Blue, which is the owner of a number of vacation rentals in the town. And the issue that was the subject of the appeal was the interpretation and application of what constituted a month for purposes of enforcement of the short-term rental regulations. The vacation rental owner attempted to argue that essentially there was a moving target in 30-day increments, whereas we took the position that based upon the plain language in the code, a month is a month, calendar month, and the court agreed with us. So that is how we have been enforcing it, and that's how we will now continue to be enforcing that provision in the code as it relates to short-term rentals. If you have any questions, please feel free to give me a call, follow up, and I can provide you further details if you are interested.
Excuse me.
Yes.
So just to take that to its simplest, barest form, January is a month, February is a month, March is a month, and so on.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
With regard to the item that that several speakers.
Excuse me, John, and just to be really clear, what our current code says, that if you're in a monthly zone, you could rent once per month.
Right. That's
One
important.
week in a month.
Yes.
With respect to the individuals who previously spoke during public comment, I certainly available to answer any questions and make comments, but I would state first and foremost that the matter is in litigation, so I'm reluctant to go into great detail because both properties that are the subject of the public comments are in one form or other the subject of litigation. Let's start first with the property where the homes are on. That is the subject of litigation. Their settlement agreement has been entered into by the parties. To the best of my knowledge, the terms and conditions of that settlement agreement have not been completed. And as a result, until such time, there's arguably nothing to release, even if this council instructed us to do so until the terms and conditions of the settlement have been complied with. With regard to the other piece of property, in which is the genesis or origin of the liens in question, this council previously pursuant to a public hearing, indicated to the property owner what needed to be done to the property to bring it into compliance, to satisfy the requirements of the code, and otherwise resolve the continuing accrual of liens or fines and liens on that property, and none of those requirements have been implemented to the best of my knowledge.
I have one question, John.
Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on the opposing counselor's comment. She stated that she's approached you or called you or whatever about getting certain information, and you've not been forthcoming with that information for one reason or another. Would you mind explaining that to us as to why that may be or may not be?
I would respectfully disagree with that statement. The property owner, through council, approximately a month ago, after their first time here before you, asked for information regarding the accrual of the fines. I got together with staff. That information was provided to the property owner and their council. That as of 8, I can't remember what the date was. As of that date, this is what's accrued. And it continues to accrue on a daily basis as to whatever the orders of the special magistrate have that's been entered. That information was provided to the property owner and to Ms. Spector, and I don't believe that I've not received any correspondence since then indicating that that information was incorrect or otherwise not received by them.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
John, it was suggested this morning that mediation might be helpful in resolving this issue. Do you see mediation as a potential avenue for providing closure on this?
Frankly, no. Because, and the reason I say that is this commission Well, this council's already stated what needs to be done to bring the property into compliance as it relates to the activities taking place that have generated all these liens and these fines. The property owner was told that they had to come and apply for a special exception. The property owner did so. This council, after a public hearing and making a determination, lengthy review of that application, said to the property owner, we'll grant you the special exception subject to A through whatever the number is of conditions. That approval was not appealed, and it's never been implemented. And I, at one point in time, indicated to Ms. Spector in one of my emails that compliance and resolution of this entire issue lies solely in the hands of her client by complying with the code.
If they were to, now they know how to come up with this number that we've been speaking about here. So if they were to come up with a number and sit down with you and negotiate some sort of settlement and some way that they can assure you that the underlying infractions of this code enforcement issue are resolved, if they could get together with you and work out some sort of settlement in short order, I have a little bit of sympathy for the other side of this, the real estate closings that aren't happening. Not just for the owner, the builder, developer, but also for these new owners that are trying to get in. So if you were able to come up with some sort of agreement with these people, in some sort of short order, if that's at all possible, and you could make notice of that to us. I mean, maybe we could even call some sort of a special meeting back to end this. So I'm just putting that out there to the parties. I don't know whether that's reasonable or not, but maybe that's a potential avenue.
If I might, Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
I was present on the council when the special exemption came before us. We merely, first of all, a parking lot was being operated, and we didn't believe it should have been operated. The council merely placed conditions on that we ask of every other parking lot owner. And at the request of the owner of the property, we even gave him leeway not to do some things that we request of other parking lot owners. At that time, he indicated he would not comply with our requests and our conditions that we placed. We were entirely reasonable. We bent over backwards before the meeting, during the meeting, after the meeting. This is solely in his court. Having been there, I can tell you, we did.
I understand.
So there's nothing to be negotiated at this point. We placed conditions. They weren't conditions that we don't place on every other person who's renting a parking lot. He's being treated the same as anyone else. He had the opportunity to go before the magistrate and lost there. He had the opportunity to appeal from the magistrate and did not do that. It's beyond the point of mediation. It's beyond the point of discussion. It's now to the point where a lien is in place. He just needs to do the things that we ask of anybody else who's operating a parking lot on this beach. It would be unfair to all the other people that we have enforced our rules on about having a parking lot.
No, I understand that, and that's exactly what I'm asking them to do.
But there's nothing to talk about. Mr. Herron has before him the conditions that the council placed upon them that are entirely reasonable. And as I said, in fact, there are certain aspects that we didn't do. We gave leeway that we didn't give even other property owners on the beach. We didn't enforce everything that was required of everybody else.
Well, it has to end somewhere. It has to end somewhere.
And I understand, and to the vice mayor's point, that's my concern is that a significant amount of time, both from legal standpoint and from staff standpoint, has been invested in trying to get this particular property owner to get these code violations into compliance. And frankly, to the exclusion of virtually everyone else that has gone before the special magistrate, this particular property owner seems singularly unable or unwilling to comply with your code and your prior approvals. So we can negotiate if that's the direction. I just don't believe that there's any mechanism that we haven't already attempted to use that would ensure compliance. So if we enter into an agreement, I suspect that a year from now, I'd be going to court with your permission to enforce that agreement because the property owners failed to comply with it. Because he's gotten what he wanted, the release of the liens, but not complied with the other end. Second, to that point, is you all do have a code provision that lays out a specific formal process for seeking any property owner, seeking a reduction in accrued fines and liens and the release of liens, which I've made the property owner and his counsel aware of that process. They've not availed themselves of it. My point being is that anything that we do outside of that would essentially be in contravention of your own code if we were to do something different. Again, we can do that in the form of a settlement, would have to be under the auspices of one of the two pieces of pending litigation in order for us to do that. But doing it alone as a standalone document, then that would be contrary to your code. And last but not least, I would not be doing my job if I didn't say this. I'm always concerned that if we release a portion of the property, there's going to be a generation of revenue, and that generation of revenue can then be used to continue the litigation against the town on these other issues.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
I'm kind of following along the same lines as you. I think the town's been very clear and steadfast in what the position is, as you well point out, Madam Vice Mayor. But it seems to me that circumstances maybe on their end have changed a little bit. And I don't see any harm in having a discussion to see what it is that their potential proposal may or may not be. Whether that's in writing or in person, however it works out legally, I'm not sure. But as it's been instructed to me that there's been no forthcoming on their side to send forward a settlement offer or a settlement agreement.
I appreciate that. That is absolutely correct, Councilmember Allers. We've sat here now for over a month and a half dealing with this issue, and I've yet to receive anything other than, please release the liens. We've received nothing specifically as to how we want to do this from their side. I'm loath to negotiate against myself in this situation.
And I completely understand that, and I respect that. I guess don't know what I can say and can't say legally to offer advice to people, but so I'm trying to say as little as possible about it. But is that the fastest way to potentially end this standoff that seems to have no end?
That would be, I guess, a start to understand what it is that we're trying to talk about. Your point is taken.
I know this is unconventional, but since we're the only ones here, can I have an opportunity to respond to some of the comments?
Well,
I think it would be more productive.
She can speak to you afterwards.
Yeah, she can. I'm more than willing to speak with Ms. Spector after the meeting.
After the meeting, okay. After the
Now-
meeting with the attorney.
I have a question, Roger. Do you know, is the lien the only thing that's keeping this from closing? Do they have a certificate of occupancy of all the permits been closed?
Last time I checked, it didn't, but I haven't checked in the last 10 days or 2 weeks, I would say. But the other thing, and again, the way the code is set up is you all control this process. Property owner is supposed to come into compliance, and then at that point, you decide what the fines are. Whether it's the whole fine or half the fine or zero. That's up to you all. But it's after the property comes into compliance. The other thing that bears mentioning here is that the underlying action that was in violation of code has been going on. It was going on when the person felt they were grandfathered. It was going on after they finally relented and decided to apply for, through the proper procedure to be able to have parking. They've continued to operate even throughout the time when they haven't pursued the direction and policy that this council set in terms of regulations for them to follow. And they've done that today. They entered into real estate transactions with people to buy properties on properties that they knew had these issues. It wasn't that they didn't know that they had these issues. They entered into a contract to sell a piece of property to somebody on properties that they knew had underlying issues. So they may not like the fact that they were in a short-sheeted bed, but they put themselves in it. You know, whether or not the prospective buyers have claims because they did that, I don't know. So I'm not privy to those contracts. But clearly, they knew that these properties had issues and would have a hard time closing.
So again, I ask, where does it end?
So where it ends is, in my opinion, is either one or two ways. They either come into compliance, and then they have a right to come here and ask you for resolution of the fine, to have the fines reduced. That's our process. Or they proffer a settlement to Mr. Herron, and I believe we have outside counsel in one of these cases, who will review that and inform the council what that settlement is, and perhaps get authorization from you at that point in time to execute the settlement.
But if I heard the town attorney right, you said that the way to resolve this is to correct the infractions, agree on an amount to be paid, and then the town attorney was hesitant to do the deal because he's worried that he'll just go back to the infractions and we'll be in the same place we were last time.
No.
No?
But the issue, as I understand.
Well, then I need a clarification then.
Yeah, because my understanding of what's being asked of you is to release the liens on the two homes now, first thing, up front.
So
so they can sell them, make money, and then potentially turn around and use that against us in the ongoing litigation.
All right, I see.
If I could make a request, I would like it if Amy could look up the dates of the hearings that we held on the special exception and provide those dates to my fellow council members so they could go back and watch the meeting and see how the council granted leeway during that special exception procedure and was very reasonable about the guidelines that we put in place. We did not hold the line on everything. We just asked that certain things be done that we ask of anybody else who's running a parking lot. So if Amy could do that and provide that date so you all could go back and watch.
Take your word for it. If you say that's the way it happened, I believe you. Okay, so where do we stand, Mr. Attorney?
To the extent that you wish to give me any specific direction, I will do so. But my concerns have been stated. I don't think that if the condition that is going to be asked of this council as the first thing is to release the liens on the property prior to compliance, Mayor, I think that we're
It's a non-starter.
yeah, we're back, we're right back here.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just want to mention one of the things. You know, in Mr. Orlandini's comments, he didn't just say on the two, he had a list of other properties that he also wanted to package into this deal. So, you know, I just want to remind you that
And
that the property owner can resolve this issue if he wants to. And as we work with every other property owner to do that, we will work with him just the same as we work with everybody else. He just has to decide that that's his priority, and there's no side doors or other ways to deal with this issue other than to follow our existing procedure.
And I would just point out too that it seems like it's a familiar story that we get, that someone will accrue a great deal of fines, have liens, and then it really won't come to a head until the property is being sold. Sometimes even a buyer will maybe not be aware of things that are outstanding. So I just want to say that the action the council has taken to be more proactive in this, to work on these outstanding liens, to get them into compliance before a property gets sold, I think is important. And I think in this case, these liens are the leverage we have to get these properties into compliance. Without that, if we just give away these liens as we go, then we're really just giving away our leverage to bring things into compliance.
I understand. Anything else? Okay, next item, sir.
On the agenda, in your packet, at your request, we've drafted draft language of an ordinance amending the parasailing and personal watercraft regulations to bring back either inactive or otherwise unrenewed licenses that are currently out there within the cap set by this body. And we just wanted you all to take a look at it, see if that's consistent with the direction that you all provided us, so we can then place it on an agenda for first and second reading and adoption.
Comments?
I've got just one, that in section E here, where it still says a first come, first served basis.
Yeah, I thought that was still in, once they were received back by the city, assuming there were any that weren't renewed, they would be available to everyone equally on a first come, first served basis. If that's not, that's the whole reason for putting it before you all.
What other options are there? I mean, is a lottery an option?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Because that would be kind of my preference, instead of just, whoever knows how to play the system and get their name on the list will start accumulating these permits, or whether we can do it in a more fair way.
Jim?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's time we address the elephant in the room here. I mean, I appreciate the town attorney's attempt to address what he thought was the concerns of the council. It's come to my attention that in negotiations, long time negotiations between TPI and the developers of Margaritaville, that they were under the understanding that they had the ability to self-perform. And since that's been flushed out a bit, apparently that is indeed the case, but they don't have a license to do that. I talked to the former Mayor Sarah Sita, and she confirmed to me that that was the intent of those negotiations, is to allow Margaritaville to self-perform. I think it's time we've come to a point here now where we all agree we don't want a proliferation of licenses on this island. The current system is working relatively well, but it is a barrier to entry to new folks who come to this island, especially significantly sized resorts. So I would ask my colleagues and our town attorney to take a look at some language that surgically addresses the promises that we made to Margaritaville in those negotiations, and addresses this particular license, gets them what they need to do to self-perform so we can keep our word to Margaritaville and to TPI and to those negotiations that preceded many of us, and just move forward. And I think the existing vendors would be fine with that, most of them, because at least it would preserve the system that they're so legitimately concerned about. It would increase a number of licenses by one, based upon long-time negotiations and the word that the town had given, at least through implication. Some would say much more directly than that, but that's a matter of interpretation. Nonetheless, I think it's an obligation we should codify in our ordinance and just move on and put this issue behind us. It's just my suggestion, respectfully.
So, John, how would that work? I mean, our code has a limitation on number of licenses. Would it be like a special exemption or something to grant a license outside that limit? Maybe with the understanding when another one becomes vacant, that then we don't have +1.
That is something that I would have to give some thought to. I mean, honestly, we modify the existing language that currently sets how or where you can operate, because there's a corresponding regulation that says in order to be able to legally operate a new PAL or parasailing, you have to meet certain criteria. Maybe we expand or we modify that, but we'll work on it. I mean, that's really the reason why we brought this forth without putting it on for first reading first initially, is for getting additional feedback if there was any, and we'll have to go back and take a look at it and work on it.
Because I understand what you said, Jim. I think that I'm in agreement, but instead of doing a +1, if we could do it in a way where that still have the same cap, but then when a license does then become inactive for over a year, then we're back to our original number. Do you know what I mean?
If I understand it correctly, as long as we can address the current challenge, I'm open to any innovative suggestion that we can come up with. I don't think we have to be careful, because the folks at Margaritaville TPI, they're on the precipice of needing to make significant investments in equipment, et cetera, and planning accordingly. I just think that whatever we do needs to give them the assurance so they can mitigate any risks involved in their investment process as they move forward. And if what you're suggesting does that, I would be certainly open to that. But I'm not sure I fully understood what you said, but I'm certainly open to listening.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to keep the cap, at least in the long term, where it is. Just the idea that there will be some churn with these licenses. Some are going to drop off eventually. And when they do, then we go, we may be +1 for a little while, but then when there's an opening, that license basically expires.
Oh, I see your point. So +1 for this unique situation, and then should one open up, not fill it again. Is that what you're saying? I would be open to that, yep.
And my understanding, the background of this, I like you, I talked to ex-mayor Saracita, I've talked to Tom Torgensen, I've looked through the documentation that was gone through with this, and my also understanding is that, no project goes exactly as planned. And with Margaritaville, there's been a number of cases where they've come up with difficulties that made them change the plans, and that the TPI staff has a good working relationship with town to resolve these things in an amiable way. But this is one instance where, by our code, it had to come in front of council. Right?
Correct.
There's lots going on behind the scenes that don't come in front of council because the town and TPI are resolving them.
The only thing I would add to this, so that the public understands, currently, we are not prohibiting Mr. Torgerson from having this kind of service available. He has two options that he could use. One of those would be to purchase a permit or license from someone, and the second would be to contract with a vendor who already has a license. So we are doing this merely because he wants to self-perform. And I'm not saying I would vote against it, but we are not currently prohibiting him from having this service available. He does have two other options available to him. I just want to say that for the record so that everybody's aware of it.
And there was a gentleman here earlier today who just happens to have a license available. But anyhow, I agree, Jim, in principle with everything that you said, and I'm sure there's a gathering of the minds here, and I think, Mr. Attorney, you have the council's direction on what to craft.
Okay, with that said, is what is in the document also acceptable?
Yes.
I have a question about E, especially, as opposed to a lottery, we may or may not have this issue come up again. I mean, I think the initial code, when it was written, like many of the codes, had very good intent. And some of the codes we're learning didn't foresee some of the future things that are happening. And now we're being addressed, we have to address some of these as they come across. This being one of them. There'll be several other, as we know, coming forward that we're gonna have the same kind of issue with. Perhaps instead of a lottery, you could do something about, I mean, at some point, we gotta give a benefit to someone that falls within a very specific category. This is a very, very specific, in order to be able to operate, you have to be, it's a very specific property. So maybe instead of first right of refusal could go to the person that could qualify under that property. Then it goes to someone else if they choose not to do it. Or they choose to hire someone to operate it for them, however that could work out. But maybe that's a way of addressing Section C of what you have down here. I, like Bill and Jim, I have spoken with Mayor C, former Mayor C, Saracita about this, about what the intention was. I've read all the documents as well. So I've spoken to all sides, and Roger, if I'm speaking out of place, please stop me. But I believe the staff had the same intention in their meetings with TPI and Mayor Saracita about self-performing and that a license wouldn't be an issue. And I believe that because both sides have been working fairly along the way, that, you know, your word is your word. And I believe that we should stand up for our word. However that wording has to work out in here, that's that's in your ballpark, John, but I think that we have to address this specific issue, as Jim said, because it was, in my belief, promised from the town that they would be able to do exactly what they're asking to do.
I've made a note and circled subsection E.
So just for clarification, what you're so you're suggesting that in E, that instead of just a first come, first serve, that we prioritize based on certain criteria. Like if someone qualifies to self-perform, they would get a priority for a vacant license before the general operator?
Well, if the general operator has an agreement with the property already that falls within this, there should be no licenses that lapse. And that's an agreement that they work out with them. I'm not in the business, so I don't understand exactly how these contracts work. But I think your idea of +1 until one falls off, it will eliminate the people that can just sit on them until a property becomes available. And we all know how very strict that this code is. I mean, you have to meet it's not like it can be just anybody that does it. It has to be a very strict amount of things that you have to follow to be able to even self-perform or have an operator do it for you. So I would be in favor of whatever that verbiage works out to achieve what both of you have already said, to uphold the word that I believe the town and previous councils put out there.
Very good, very good. Councilman Veach, I have to make one correction of you. You referred to ex-mayor Saracita. I cringe every time I hear that, ex-mayor. That usually connotates someone who went to jail. We prefer former down here, former. I remember there were probably 8 ex-mayors of Atlantic City, and every one of them went to jail. So I just
Although probably worse, I'm sure I'll hear about it from Anita.
former Mayor Saracita, yes.
Future mayor may give me even more grief from her.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Attorney?
No, nothing.
That's it for today.
That's it.
Roger, did you have something?
I just wanted to say, just on this last issue, just to be clear. The first issue is how long a license could be inactive. And I believe through what the town attorney has proposed here, he has shortened that window.
Yes.
Okay, so that's one issue. The next issue is what happens if and when a license becomes vacant. And my suggestion to you would be that it not be on the basis first come, first serve, because that's not how you get the highest quality service. That just creates a race to the well situation. That should we have another vacancy, and not that I anticipate that would happen, but if we should, that at that point, the city council set up a process and a procedure to review the applicants and make a selection of who's interested in filling that then vacant license, should that occur. And then third of all, to the extent that You believe that by granting the use, you also granted a permit, as was being described by some of you as sort of the TPI commitment. Then you could then say, okay, we have the +1, so we're gonna get back to normal by not giving out that now vacant license. But you could visit that at that time, because the circumstances, as Council Ayers pointed out, change over time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the last item is council members' items and reports. I see we have something here, the TDC seat. Does someone want to speak about?
Well, I'll just mention that the Lee County and the TDC has changed their process to not only have a rotation between Sanibel and the town of Fort Myers Beach in terms of being a voting member on the TDC, but have created the capability of all the municipalities to participate via an ex officio appointment. So now that that circumstance has changed, the town has an opportunity to appoint someone to serve in that ex officio role on the TDC. And that's why we put this on the agenda, and we talked to the person who last served in this role, and she thought it would be appropriate for us to put it on the agenda for the council to have a discussion. So that's why it's here on the council member items.
Okay,
So is this, are we talking about this to appoint someone?
Yes.
Isn't that you, Madam Vice Mayor, already?
I was going to suggest that I'm not going to be around forever, and I think it would be good, a year from June, we will be back in a voting status. Holly Smith, we alternate with Sanibel, 2 years on, 2 years off. A year from June, we will be back to a voting status. I think it would be good if someone new started going now as our ex officio member, so that they would start learning the intricacies, and I can't emphasize that enough, the intricacies of the TDC before they become a voting member. I will do it if no one else wants to, but I would certainly stand aside for one of you to go and start learning that process for when you might become the voting member a year from June.
okay. Does anyone have a burning desire? Let's get that out of the
When
way.
do they meet, Madam Vice Mayor?
They meet once a month, plus additional, if you are appointed to a subcommittee for some reason, like to evaluate proposals, then there would be additional meetings, but at a minimum, once a month.
And where do they meet?
They meet in downtown Fort Myers at the,
Administrative building.
yeah, the administrative building. And it's quite interesting. Of all the committees I've served on, it's probably the most interesting. You learn a great deal.
Well, I think it's very important, especially for our island, with
Yes, it is.
getting money back to.
No doubt.
It's probably the committee where you are most influential about getting dollars back to our island.
You know, I'd be happy to do this myself, but I'm not making a pitch for it. So if anybody has a burning desire, I'd gladly step back. My only problem with this is the first meeting is on March the 17th. Oh, wait, yes, 2022. I am unavailable that day. So anyhow.
What time is that meeting on the 17th?
Oh, Jim, come on, don't tell me.
I'll ask the Vice Mayor would likely know.
It's on the-
9:30, 9:30. You'd never get off the island. But,
I would just say this, you've done a wonderful job. You've attended even in the off years. You've been extremely dedicated to this cause, and so I don't want to, if you have any reservoir of desire to continue to serve in that, I appreciate you're doing this for the good of the order, but if you have any desire to do that, I wouldn't even suggest this, but
Go ahead.
No, but I just, because of the beach renourishment issue for next year, I have a great interest in that, and it's a huge investment in our community, so I would be happy to do it if, again, there's a lack of someone else with a burning desire.
Jim, I think it would be great if you do it, because if you start going as this non-voting member, you're going to learn the things you need to know for when you are the voting member.
I just don't have a committee right now. I'm an alternate to the mayor for the transportation one, but I don't have a committee, so I've got the time.
I think you would love it.
I'd be happy to do
And
it.
you'll also, we also know you'll be here at that time. We don't know whether we'll be here or not. So-
Exactly.
So you will be here.
Well, that's fair. I appreciate that. Well, if you would be kind enough to share with me the details of the 17th meeting and whatever the formality of being appointed, I would certainly be honored to be considered for that.
We have a motion now to appoint him? That,
Yeah, I'd move to appoint Mr. Adderholt as our ex officio non-voting member on the TDC.
I'll second that.
Discussion. I will only say, Jim, that there will be screaming people on both sides of Estero Boulevard that morning, wondering where you are, and if you choose to attend the first meeting there. But
I think you should get a room off the beach the night before in downtown Fort Myers.
or I have a feeling that the folks downtown might even understand. I was actually going to invite several of the people that are on this page here that day. But anyhow, I will leave that in your good hands, and I know you'll do us well down there. So,
And
all,
you do need to notify Mr. Sandelli, because it has to be put on the Lee County Commissioner's docket to approve your appointment.
Thank
So,
you. But
yes,
do I
let
do
Ray
that,
know.
Roger, or do you do that?
I did it when I was.
Procedural, you do? Okay.
I did it.
All right.
okay, we'll call the question. All in favor of Councilman Adderholt's appointment to the, as our representative on the TDC, as an ex officio, non-voting member for the time being, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good luck. Okay, excuse me. Councilman items. We'll start with you, Dan.
Oh, all right. Let's see, I'll start with, so I've been going through some of the, we talk about parking on the island and we talk about traffic a lot. So I started reading a lot about parking. And there was something that came to my attention, actually was brought to my attention that I went and did some looking into, and it's section 34-676 of the code. And it specifically talks about parking garages. And what caught my eye was these things called liners. I didn't know anything about a liner until then. We all know how much land is on the island. There's not a lot to begin with. And one of the restrictions within the code is to anybody that wants to build a parking structure has to have a 20-foot liner between the setback and where the garage can start. So we all know 20 feet is a lot, especially when you don't have a ton of room on the island. Doesn't mean someone's gonna come and build a parking garage, but I think if we could put this on a future M&P to discuss potentially looking at this to relieve that. I mean, with these parking garages, I don't know if you've been down in Naples, but there's parking garages that don't look like parking garages. So, architecture has come a long way to make things look much different than they did before. So if we want to truly try to help with some parking, or this might be something simple that we could adjust the code. Again, as I said earlier, a lot of these codes were put in for very good intention back when they were put in. But I think this is another one that we could revisit to potentially clean up a little bit, to entice someone that maybe has the money or has the land or thinks it might be a beneficial thing for them in the town to add a parking structure. This may help alleviate some of that. That's just.
A liner is like a setback?
It'd be, yeah, it's like a 20-foot, you got your normal setback, and then it would be, my understanding of it is it's a 20-foot, essentially commercial space that you would have to have in front of it. And we know with the cost of building things, to have a 20-foot commercial space or something of the sort in front of a garage is very, very cost prohibitive. Because one, your land's not very big. I don't know of very many places on the island that would support a parking structure, but if there is, to have to build a 20-foot section around it to be able to comply with our code, I think it's a non-starter, would be my guess, to anybody that would potentially want to invest in helping alleviate some of the parking. So I just wanted to see if there was any consensus to put this on the future M&P to discuss it a little bit further and kind of kick it around and go from there.
Go ahead. I'd be open to talk about it, sure.
I'll tell you the truth, Dan, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I have no interest in it whatsoever. And I'm being perfectly blunt. I really don't think I mean, we've kind of opposed parking garages down here over the years, and I don't think it's appropriate to have them on the beach. I think they're a loser for the developers. It's not the highest and best use of the property, and those are just my own personal and professional opinions. So I would not support that. And I mean no disrespect to you. I'm just telling you the way it is. And but anyhow, those are my sentiments.
Mr. Mayor, just because you get a lot of history on these things, could you help us? Is that also true right off the island as well, or not necessarily?
Well, not necessarily, but you know, that was always contemplated on the other side of the bridge, and but see, when you have the parking garages on the island, you're still encouraging people to drive on because they know there's a parking garage there. We're trying to discourage cars from coming on the island, and that's just one more incentive for them to come down. Plus, you know, these lots, you know, that they have the lots, you know, I mean, if these lot owners, if they thought they could make money by building a parking garage, they'd have done it by now, you know, and so I don't think they're appropriate on the island, and whether they're appropriate off the island, it's really it's a private sector question, and they have to make that decision. But our experience to date over all the 20-something years of the town, 26 years, is that the only way it would go is a public-private partnership, and that hasn't happened to date. There have been people over the years that have proposed it, and it's always fallen by the wayside. So, you know, I don't know what's changed now that would make that any different, you know. So that's just a little bit of
And I guess
history.
that's what I completely understand what you're saying, but that's why I was thinking maybe a discussion. Maybe this is one of the reasons why it never went past the discussion phase.
And don't get me wrong, I'm familiar with the ones down in Naples. I mean, on Vanderbilt Beach Road and other ones around town, and they're beautiful. But those are all public facility. Most of them are public facilities or public-private. There are very few that I know of private parking garages around this area. But anyhow, you know, if you want to discuss it, feel free. But that's just the way I feel about it.
We were just looking for if there's consensus. If there's not, there's not. But
Well, you can ask the rest of the members. I mean,
You only need 2 counselors to put it on an M&P, so.
Yeah, I'm always willing to learn. I've heard a number of initially serious proposals about parking garages just over on the other side of the bridge, on the North Bridge, and they were very intriguing, and the economic model is getting to the point where it's just on the precipice of being able to work. And unfortunately, there's such demand for those properties now, and the prices continue to go up, it continues to be challenging. But any conversation we can have to begin to address some of those challenges, I'm open. I'm always open to learn. I don't have the history you do, Mr. Mayor, about parking on the island. So I mean that seriously. I'm always happy to listen and learn and see maybe that's not a good, I just don't know, but always happy to have that discussion.
Yeah, and, you know, of course, our jurisdiction doesn't cover the other side, you know, San Carlos Island, and I've heard numerous times from people that they do not want to be the parking lot for Fort Myers Beach. Which, in some ways, I think is a little bit short-sighted, because, you know, that strip is looking pretty rough. And if you had people parking there and walking, you'd probably have customers and probably get some revitalization. But I'm certainly willing to talk about it. I'm always up for a discussion. I don't know if I support it, but I like the idea of a discussion.
There's your second. Okay, we're going to discuss it.
Third, yeah.
all right. Another thing, obviously, wasn't on my list, but it was brought up very heavily today and very respectfully, as you said, Madam Vice Mayor, was the window tinting that was passed within that ordinance. I will admit, I must have just not caught it, because I remember discussing the issue as far as landscape lighting and the requirements, and maybe I was too focused and I didn't catch it, but I would be open to revisiting this very prohibitive, cost prohibitive part of the code that we passed to see if there's any will to help out, because as we heard very clearly today, with shortages, people are being very tight on where they're spending their money, and manufacturers included. If there's not a huge need for something that we are one of the only people doing something for, we may find ourselves at one point at the wrong end of that financial deal. So I'd be in support if there's support from the council to open that discussion back up.
I think we should put it on an MMP, I agree.
Absolutely,
I agree with that as well.
absolutely.
And at some point, Murph probably ought to be consulted as well. I don't know if that's after the MRP or what's best procedurally. Do you have a thought on that, Councilor Veach?
You know, they could interject themselves anywhere that you want them to.
All right.
But I do think that, you know, this came from a problem. I don't think it just came from a whim. So, I mean, it's not a solution in search of a problem. There was a problem with disorientations, and that's the reason why it came on. But unintended consequences, as you know, some things come up, I think it's worth reevaluating.
And, you know, I'll be the first to admit, so humbly, that we don't always get it right. You know, it's conceivable that we could do something wrong. And I'm not saying that we did it in this particular case, but it's entirely possible. And if we did, then it should be corrected. So I'm all for discussing that again. Anything else, sir?
Yep, the last thing which I wanted to discuss was obviously we've got in a position from the county when it comes to the Estero Boulevard lighting. We may not like it, we may not agree with it. I personally don't believe that negotiations are closed on it. I think they left it a little open-ended is my interpretation, as long as we're willing to do a few things, but that's just my interpretation, my speculation. I don't know anything else about that, but they have spoken, I think, very clearly that they're willing to do what they feel is in the best interest of their road, as it's so often referred to. And I think even one of the commissioners went as far as to say there's more efficient ways to use that money, I believe is how it was put. So I think we're at a point now as a council that we need to make a decision. This has been going on a long time. And my thought is that we could potentially direct staff, as we learned today with the window tinting, when it starts affecting people's pocketbooks, it becomes a very, very lively issue. And I suspect that's going to be the same thing with the lighting discussion as it goes forward. But I think we owe it to our constituents, we owe it to ourselves, that we need to move this forward. We've heard all the data, we've seen all the data from the experts, we know what options are out there, we have a photometric study. To put something in place to give someone the actual hard numbers to actually discuss. Everything else until then, in my opinion, is speculative. We could speculate what things are gonna cost, but until we actually know what they're going to cost, we have nothing to really decide on. And now that the county has spoken as to what they're willing to start out with, again, I say start out with, I'm hoping that there's negotiations still there, but we will see. But they've been very clear that they're gonna do their core level of service, whatever that may be. I've reached out with Commissioner Sandelli to have a meeting with him and Roger DeLeger, the county manager. I have not been able to get an appointment set yet, but I would like to talk to them to find out exactly what they mean by that, so that we have something we go off of. But I believe we do have enough data to go forward with getting a hard number. The numbers that we've had in the past from the MPO and from our own consultants were before COVID. They were before shortfalls when it comes to manufacturing. So I would like to see if my council members would work with me here to put the staff on the task of getting us some numbers. They don't have to be specific, but based on the photometric study that has been put out there, that was very well done in my opinion, despite whatever outcome it comes out with, it tells you how the road needs to be illuminated. We could put together costs based on that, based on the decision that this council has made to support the amber lighting. I think we need to get a hard number based on that photometric study to light it the way we want. I don't think we can continue to wait for something that we hope may or may not. There are lights that are currently within the tariff program. I don't want to speak for you guys, but I think we're all in agreement that the only way this can financially possibly be possible is to fall within a tariff program light, no matter what it is. But we need to get those numbers.
Councilor Allers, I agree with everything you said. I just want to get some clarification from the town manager. As I understand it, Roger, there is one additional variable that Councilor Allers had not mentioned yet, and that's this amber fixture that everyone is hopeful will address many of the public safety concerns and the environmental concerns that have been raised. It's as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Roger, we haven't had a chance to talk about this, but it's under testing right now by FP&L, and I'm told that that testing will be complete on June 1st. Is that your understanding? And if that is indeed the case, and it's successful, can we do some things in advance of that to get to Councilor Allers's point about getting some cost estimates, some practical photometric studies done with that particular fixture? Is that the best course of action? Is that how you see it, I guess, is my question?
So, well, first of all, I understand it's under testing. I have not heard a date that the testing will be completed, so I hope you have better information than I do with respect to that, but I have not heard that. But I did hear it's under evaluation. So, so that's part A. Part B is simply this. If we can get you an estimate, and that's all it would be as of the date we give it to you. As you all probably experienced, price of ketchup last week is not the price of ketchup this week. So pricing is changing very quickly. So, you know, if you want us to get you a number, or we can do that. But I think there's an underlying issue that really needs to be discussed, because we can spend a lot of energy generating numbers. And that is that whether it's at the number the county said or a slightly increased number, is council ready to take on the responsibility for lighting Estero Boulevard? And, which is a county maintained road, owned and operated. And if the answer is that, then that, yes, we're gonna, you know, take on that task and take on that responsibility, and we're gonna take on that expense, then we go down a path of costing and doing other things. If you're not there as council to do that, I mean, you know, would it change your mind if it's $4 million versus $5 million? Probably not. You're either on board to take on that responsibility and take it over from the county, and then we'll negotiate the best deal we can get in terms of how much they'll contribute, or, you know, you're gonna say it's their road, their responsibility, and they need to fix this. And I think you need to have that conversation as a precursor. And then from there, that'll dictate what path we take going forward.
And I would just say, as far as I guess the topic at hand right now is, should we move this to an M&P and discuss it in some detail? Because I agree with you know, with a lot of our assessment, it's like, what's the history now? What are we paying for? Why are we paying for it? And we're a ways away from even if we know the cost of things, to get like a price for a tariff program from FP&L. So we sit there and actually compare what we're paying now, what we had to pay through a tariff program. So I think moving into an M&P is saying that we need more information and make a decision where we're going to go forward. I'm going to agree with that.
You know, I'll respectfully disagree with you on that point. I don't know how much more information we need. This has been discussed for 6 years. I think we're all not naive enough to think the county's going to change their mind. I used this analogy before, maybe it's a bad one. They're the builder of the house. They built the house, and now we've asked them to put crystal chandeliers in it, and they've told us no. So we need to make the decision, do we want to put up the crystal chandeliers or don't we?
I would disagree with crystal chandeliers as an analogy. We have not asked for crystal chandeliers. We've asked for lights.
Sure.
Crystal chandeliers implies that we are asking for something frivolous, and we are not.
But I'll say that, you know, I don't remember seeing anything from FP&L saying this is what a tariff program with these lights, the ones that are in the salt bath, would cost.
No, and that's what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is there's been a study, a photometric study that says you need this many lights to light the road. However, whatever color you choose to light it will depend on how many poles you have to have and all that, whether it's in the tariff program or not. There are currently lights in the tariff program that meet all spectrums of light. My point is, I think we've gone far enough of discussing this to keep kicking it down the road and discussing it more, and nothing happens. We keep waiting and waiting and waiting. And I think the public has told us, quite frankly, they're tired of waiting. At least the people I talk to that I get emails from, they're tired of waiting. And maybe June 1st could be the deadline, Councilor Adderholt. Maybe June 1st, if we don't have anything in place from FP&L saying that the light that we have suggested that we want to use is within that tariff program, we move forward with what is. We have to put a deadline when we move forward to protect our citizens. That's all I'm asking to do.
I think that's fair. I think that's absolutely fair, and I think it's our consultant, I think, has an obligation to give us some options. I know they don't want to make recommendations, but then they offer to give us options. I do think they need to give us some options with respect to costs, because now we know what the county's infusion is. We now know if we want to do amber lighting, we want to have it consistent throughout Estero Boulevard. We need to know how that tariff will impact it based upon the photometric study. I mean, we may need new poles. We don't know exactly how many. Those may not be covered by the tariff. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns in this, and I think it would be really helpful right now to flush that out. I think the town manager's question's a fair one, but I think we're past that point now. I think we clearly, I mean, based upon the conversations that I've been part of on this body, it seems like we're all ready to do what we need to do to make Estero Boulevard safe. I think to begin to flush out what those numbers are and what our options are seems reasonable to me, and shows a sense of urgency, because there ought to be a sense of urgency. I absolutely agree on that point.
But I would say this idea of coming up with an arbitrary deadline, especially when we know that these new lights have they're more energy efficient, they have twice the number of lumens, they need much fewer poles. Because he was saying come up with a deadline and only use what's available on a certain date.
No, I agree with you, Councilor Veach. That light on June 1st ought to be considered as one of our options, hopefully our number one option. But again, if that does not pass inspection by FPNL or approval, we do need to have a fallback position, of course. I don't know what that fallback position is. That's why we've hired these consultants. But no, I agree with you. That ought to be part of that analysis, and in terms of what that estimated cost would be for that.
Because I think too, that, even just using these older lights on some of the projects they're doing in the downtown area, causing me some grief, because, there's things that are so much more efficient and so much brighter, that would take so many fewer poles, that to go back to something that's now 5 years old, with the way the technology is advancing, would just be a real waste of money.
And again, I want to reiterate, I'm not here to discuss lumens, ambers. I mean, we could discuss that until the cows come home. We've done it enough. We know what's there. We know what's available. So there's one of two options. We either tell the public we're willing to wait until whenever this fixture that we're hoping will work will fit within their program, with no direction or no time frame as to when it's going to happen, or we take the lead on it and we say we're going to do this by then, or we keep kicking it down the road. But that's a decision that has to come from the five of us, not from FPL, not from the county. They've made their decision. We need to make ours.
Well, I'd certainly be willing to sit down in one final M&P summit, or whatever you want to call it here, regarding the lighting. And, and I'd also like Roger at that meeting to bring a history and a definition of what the core level of service, how that's defined, and how the county has defined that down here on Fort Myers Beach over the years. Because I can tell you a lot about core level of service down here. That's the moniker that's been given to everything. Every time they don't want to do something down here, we only provide a core level of service. The sheriff used to say the same thing to us. We provide you a core level of service. Well, over the years, we've been able to do different things with the sheriff. They've been flexible with their levels of service. So there was no core level. That was something that one of these county managers came up with, and I remember who it was, and I'm not going to say right now, but that was an expression that came about to just say, we're only going to put down so much down there. But they weren't talking about their own road. They weren't talking about that. They were talking about all these other little services and here and there, and protection over there and here and there, but not their own road. So that's what it all falls back to. Now, Roger hit it on the head. If we're gonna go ahead and proceed with this and take on the responsibility of their road, then it ought to be our road. It ought to be our road. If we're gonna take on all these responsibilities, pay for it, ask our citizens for tax money to pay for it, because that's what it's gonna take, then it ought to be our road. It ought to be our road then. Why should we go hat in hand every time we need something done on Estero Boulevard? So So that's the bigger issue here. That's the one that is on the bottom here, clawing all the time. Because every time you want to turn around and do something, no one wants to protect the citizens down here on the beach, on the boulevard, Dan, as more as I do. Believe me. I cringe. I called I told you, I called that husband the day after his wife was killed on the boulevard. That's not a call you want to make. And it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. When I tell you that people on Fort Myers Beach are afraid to drive at night, that's crazy. Why should our people down here on the beach be afraid to drive at night? Because they're afraid they're going to hit somebody because it's so damn dark on that boulevard. Why? Because they won't light the boulevard. They won't light their own road. So let's have this M&P and decide what we're going to do. But the bottom line is, who's going to take over the road? Who's going to be responsible for the road? And who's going to light the road? And where's the money going to come from? And the county has been playing this game with us since before incorporation, at incorporation, after incorporation, and to this day. It continues. It never ends. The town manager, the county manager up there, the deputy manager now, they're playing the game. They're playing the game. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I want the boulevard lit too. Let's work out a deal with the county to either subsidize it or get out of the way, and we'll do it. Okay? That's the way I feel. And that's all I have to say.
Mr. Mayor, I share your passion with lighting that road. I think you know that. I think we all share that same passion. But what I'm trying to suggest is that we control what we can control. And right now, we can control whether we want to pay for it or we don't. Because it's going to cost millions of dollars no matter what happens. We all know that. And it's going to cost tax dollars. But I think we owe it to the people to let them know what that could potentially be.
Well, then we have to convince the people on Fort Myers Beach that we're going to spend their tax dollars to light a county road. That's going to be the test.
That's all I'm asking is
That's
let's
the-
give
that's
them
the
the
test.
information and let them tell us if
Okay,
they're willing to do it.
all right, fair enough, fair enough.
I think the point that needs to be made, though, is that if we go ahead and validate that we are going to spend the money to light this road without making a condition, as Mr. Murphy requests, that the road be ours, we've lost our negotiating position.
And with
So-
all due respect, Madam Vice Mayor, there is no, they've told us, they've made their decision. What's to negotiate?
I think we should tell them, okay, you made this offer, our counteroffer back is, we're gonna pay to light the road, but you have to give the road to us.
And
That was never made part of the discussion.
And I am not objecting to any other discussions like that. I'm simply saying, in order to go back with a counteroffer, you have to know what you have to offer. That's all I'm trying
I'm
to get
just
to.
saying it's a legitimate discussion that we discuss Mr. Murphy's idea of that that's part of our counteroffer.
Put it all on the table. Put it all, and I'm with you, Dan. We have to know precisely what the numbers are, what the costs are. I mean, they're business people too, I think. And so we have to know what the bottom line is. We have to know what we're asking for, and they have to know what we're asking for. I mean, there was a number that was, I told you, during these discussions, there was a number that was bandied about. I just assumed that was the number. Well, apparently that wasn't close to the number. So that's where we are now. And all they're doing is they're hanging their hat on some past agreement that we had, I don't know how many years ago, about lighting the crosswalks for $1.4 million. Well, that doesn't get the job done. That doesn't get it done. So let's see. Let's see.
And this talk of like owning Estero Boulevard, I mean, that's a big bite. And I don't know what that comes with as far as, is that a basket of liabilities and a cup of income? I mean, that's something that, because you look at things like the bridge, they're spending $80 million on that bridge south. What would that do to a budget, the town of our size?
Well, we take it after the bridge is done.
The
Yeah.
bridge is the states, not the county.
Well, the south bridge is the counties, but
Both of them.
But how much was spent on the?
one is the state,
Estero
one is the
project?
county.
I'm
But-
saying that
well-
before we really talk serious about making an offer like that, I want to know the details.
Well, I'm sure that would all be fleshed out, but I'm just suggesting this bill in principle, and, but I'll be honest with you, I'm on the record. You can go back 20-something years ago and look this up in minutes of the meetings where I've been adamant about this since the beginning, you know? It's it's not just the lighting. It's ludicrous for us not to own our main street. Estero Boulevard is the town of Fort Myers Beach's main street. It's like any town any of these people here are from. Everybody has a main street. And it's ludicrous for us not to be in control of our main street. Now, will that cost some money to maintain over the years? Certainly, you know. Thankfully, it's not going to cost as much now because the county, you know, finally took care of all the deferred maintenance on the road that's been begging for years and years and years. And thanks to the efforts of the county right now and former commissioner and former mayor Kiker, we have a new boulevard with new utilities under it. Thank God. And I'm not looking a gift horse in the mouth. I appreciate that. But so the requirements won't be that much in the years to come. Will there be maintenance things? Of course there will be. We'll be able to do that, either ourselves in-house or farm it out. Will there be revenue? Yes, there will be. There'll be gas tax dollars coming in from the ownership of the boulevard, and other revenues and other grants and so forth that we're able to obtain, and who knows what else we can do with it, you know. But and then we can experiment with traffic. We can do things with traffic. We can experiment with bike lanes. We can do all the things that we talk about doing, and we can't do because it's not our road. So there are other things, not just the lights, but it's a whole bundle of possibilities that we can have by ownership of that road. And I still think that that's the way to go. So, okay, you've heard enough of me today.
Could I add one
Yes.
unrelated point, back to Councilor Aller's, I think legitimate ask for some cost estimates. If we put this on an MRP, which is M&P meeting, which is fine, Roger, I would encourage the consultant to help us, because I've heard estimates everywhere from millions that Councilor Aller's referenced to 400,000, assuming the fixture is underneath the tariff or falls under the tariff and is covered, and we get the county funds that they've promised us thus far. So I don't know what the answer is, Councilor Allers. I've heard a wide range, and I'm not an expert on this, but I would love to have our consultant come and at least give us that range. And I know it depends on the fixture. I know it depends on, you know, supply chain issues, inflation, et cetera, just so we can at least get some ballpark numbers of what we're wrestling with. I think it would be helpful to me.
Well, just one point on that. So, we can get the consultant come in, and we can have the consultant give you an estimate. But right now, I believe that's, and I mean, this is a question, it's not a statement, that's predicated on the lighting solution that the council's already picked. Is that a correct assumption? In terms of amber lighting?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so just to be clear, then the second thing I want to mention, and one of the sort of the ancillary comments I heard coming from the county was that they were, they said they wanted to participate in sort of the study analysis because, you know, if they don't participate, they don't sort of give it credence. You know, that was inferred to me. And if I remember correctly, they said at their last meeting when they discussed this that they would offer their expertise also. So I don't want to create a situation where we say it's X and they say it's Y and whatever. So if you want to move expeditiously, that would probably, we can get the consultant in quicker, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the county would agree with our, you know, our findings per se. But we could do that. So, or we can go a little slower and see if they want to come to the square dance with us.
Or they could make comment, they could make comment on our consultant's report or whatever. And
Apparently they have no problem doing that.
yeah, exactly. And they can add their 2 cents to it, and they probably have people in-house that can do that, which is fine, I'm sorry.
Well, the issue I have, we keep talking about our consultant. The issue I have with our consultant is they didn't do a photometric study. They didn't do the work needed to give you proper data. There's no arguing that. They used a study that was done and approved by the county. The MPO did their study. So if we can get our consultants to agree to give us a cost analysis on the study that the county has already seen and understands and knows, or do we pay our consultants more money to do something that's already been done? The study's there.
The study you're referring to that was done by the MPO was based on providing the cheapest available alternative, not what we chose.
You're misunderstanding my point, Madam Vice Mayor. I'm not disagreeing with that point, but you can leave fixture type out of it. That doesn't change the data of how much light is needed to light that road. That does not change. That data is that data. You can put whatever fixture in place you want, but that data has to be conformed to, is what I've heard from the county. They haven't directly said it, but I think that's what they're
So,
alluding to.
Yeah, but, well, not to
Belabor.
sort of encourage the divide and conquer theory that's utilized at times by people. The county has a regulation that says you need to have a certain candle foot power of lighting on the road, okay? I'm not an engineer, but I believe that any knowledgeable engineer who's familiar with lighting could figure that out based on the perspective bulb and the height of the perspective mast, pole and mast arm. They could figure that out. So I don't know that that's really a sort of unknown. That's a known. Now, you might not like the fixture, you might not like the pole, you might not like the location of the pole because it's in front of somebody's house and they don't want it there. But, I mean, notwithstanding that, all things being equal, they can figure out the number of poles and the number of lights that are needed to meet the county standard on Estero Boulevard. And to the extent you want to meet that same standard on North Estero, and to the extent you want to meet that same standard or a different standard on the side streets. So they could, that's a mathematical equation. That's not, something that shouldn't be able to be
And
gotten to the bottom
that's
of.
all I'm asking to do, is to get that number, which our consultant was all over the board, depending on, in my opinion, what committee they heard from that week. They had one consistent fixture that they were focused on and didn't really look at anything else, much to what Madam Vice Mayor was saying that the MPO study did. So what I'm trying to get at is take the data. We often talk up here about listening to the scientists. Well, in this case, let's listen to the scientists. Let's listen to the people that know what they're talking about. As you said, it takes so many foot candle to light that road. Don't matter what color the light is, it takes so many. We've decided on the light that we want. It's not that hard to put a number together, as you said, a mathematical equation between what is currently in the tariff program and what we potentially could be having coming down the pipe in the tariff program. Those are two numbers that could be very easily done. It's just a matter of reviewing the fixture specs, reviewing the data that shows what needs to illuminate that road for continuity along Estero Boulevard, and let us present those numbers to the public. Let them tell us what they, yes, we want to do it, no, we don't.
Just so, yeah, I mean, to be clear, that's something that could be done. I mean, with the understanding that that amount has a value of what's known that day, and obviously 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, things could change. But yeah, that could be done. But the point is that, you're probably in the $4 million plus range. So just so everyone understands that. So we're going to leave here and think that, we're talking about, a small item. This is a big item on Estero Boulevard. So, we'll get the numbers and you guys can decide what you want to do.
Roger, just so we fully understand, 4 million under the tariff with a
Yeah.
fixture already
Yeah.
included?
Yeah, because you got to put poles in. If you're gonna have to put poles in. And that's why we've been saying from the beginning that it's going to be an expensive proposition.
I guess what confuses me, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but I've heard the chair of MRF say that it's 400,000 under the tariff with that fixture. So I guess there seems to be this discrepancy out there, I'm not.
There's two costs. There's the upfront costs, and then there's our monthly cost, the two costs. Okay, so one is, the cost of putting in a new poles. I guess I'll just call it that to make it clearer. And then there's the ongoing sort of lease, once the poles are up, is the ongoing lights and maintenance and electricity going forward. So, but we'll try to get that clarified for you, and the numbers will be on a piece of paper, and we'll all agree to, with those numbers, we'll all agree to disagree with the numbers and saying, someone else has a better number somewhere else. But the point is that this is going to be a significant impact to the town's budget. And if it weren't, frankly, we probably would have solved this problem a long time ago. But because it is a big number, it's gonna be significant, and, we'll see if there's support to move forward with this program or not. I'm for it if you want to. It's just, well, let's just, make a decision and move forward.
Counselor Adderhall, just to kind of put it in perspective as far as the spectrum of money that you've heard, if you just take what the county is willing to give the town of Fort Myers Beach at 1.4 million for just the crosswalks, that should put the dollars amount in perspective as to what it's going to cost to light the entire boulevard, not including the side streets or North Estero. We're talking about 1.4 for just crosswalks, which we all, I think, can agree in today's market is not going to be enough to cover even the crosswalks. So if that puts it in perspective as to what the road is really going to cost, that's a starting point.
Yeah, if that's indeed the case, I'd be very interested in that number, so I think it's worth pursuing, yeah.
And with all due respect to the committee chairs, I'm gonna take the opinion of our town manager first. He's been at this a long time, and I think he knows what he's talking about.
I'm not taking any opinion, I'm
No,
just trying
no,
to
I'm
say
not.
there's a wide variety of estimates out there.
I
It'd
know
be
you're-
fun to hone that down and get some more certainty, so
I know you're not, Jim, but,
But with that feather
Okay.
ruffled, I am complete, I'm done.
Okay, that's it. Oh, excuse me, that was just you. Vice Mayor.
Several things I have on my list have already been discussed. The only thing I'd add is that, and this has been mentioned, I believe, by the mayor, that the state legislature is considering lifting their ban on home rule on smoking on the beach. I'd like to stay on top of that, because if they give us that right, I would love to see us take immediate action so that we don't have cigarette butts on our beach.
Should we send that to Murph?
I don't think we should send it to Murph. I think as soon as Mr. Herron or whoever lets us know that the legislature has acted and given us the ability, that we should ask Mr. Herron to draft something so that we're not having smoking on the beach.
I said it before, Vice Mayor, I'll say it again, that the state's done us no big favor by doing this. But anyhow, I don't know where they were in the past 2 years when we really needed them, but now they throw this bone at us, and, but with all due respect, I think we should follow through on it and see where it goes. Anything else?
Nope.
Jim?
My topics have been covered, thank you.
Bill?
My topics have been covered.
Well, I'm not quite, no, it's just, I think mine have as well. Just that it's going to be a great weekend here. It's Shrimp Festival is back, and this is really what we're all about here on Fort Myers Beach. It's going to be a great weekend. We're going to have a good time, and then we roll into St. Patrick's Day the following week, and it's sort of a return to somewhat our beach normalcy down here. So we look forward to it. We wish the Lions well over the weekend, and encourage everybody to have a safe weekend and a fun one. With that being said, I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
It's been moved.
Seconded.
It's been seconded. I don't hear any opposition. We'll stand adjourned at 1:06.